Check, check, check. True not to hitch. Na'ata. We're just about ready to get underway here. For those of you, if you could put your cell phones onto airplane or put your Wi-Fi off so that we're not interrupting with the stream, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you. So if we could have everybody seated to their seat. We could have Joshua come to the front, Emtis, Darlene, Jeff, we'd have you come to the front, sit with the Huu-ay-aht, and matmas, Huu-ay-aht, Hakum, Chamate, Kulkwasi-ahku, Tusmanasuyi, Tusmanasuyi. Today is a good day. And I just want to take a moment here to welcome each and every one of you, all of our delegates, our hereditary chiefs, our hakum, our respected and admired advisors, and our tapatsi, all the ones that do the important work for our respective nations. I want to take a moment just to welcome each and every one of you on behalf of Cliche and the people of Huu-ay-aht. It is our honor and pleasure to host this Old Growth Summit, to be your host today. And for those of you that were out on a tour, I'm sure you had an opportunity to go and see what we truly value, what means the most to us. And that's exactly what that Cliche was that I just sang, that rattle song that I just sang. It was a song of gratitude that every day, each and every day we're going to hold close to us what we value, what we appreciate, including our family, including our community, including the vast resources that surround us. Those are some of the things that we value and cherish. So that's what I wanted to start off with this Old Growth Summit with, was a prayer chant in our language, in our custom of Huu-ay-aht, and by extension Nuchanath, because that's who we are a part of. We're of the same language group. So I just wanted to start off in that way. And before I go any further, I just want to direct your attention to the front here. Right front and center, we have our Thai Cliche. And to his right, he has all of his hatwe, his hahakum, his fellow chiefs of our nation. We have Joshua, thank you, from the house of Yahshua Takumtlat. We have Hakum Emtis from the house of Huu-ay-aht Takumtlat. We have Anit Sachisht, who's sitting in for his Hatweth Hinaynisim, Tommy Happynook. We have Zelta Klappis, who's sitting in for her son, C. Chachistooth. And she is from the house of Cookswees. And last but not least, we have Klats Meek, Alex Frank from the house of Moth Sauce. So it is very important to know our Hatwe. These are representatives of all our Hatwe in our nation and the houses that they represent. So historically and traditionally, our people, we lived in beautiful houses just like this, massive houses they were not just for a nuclear family, they were for the whole entire family. And it was very important that we had and acknowledged, who was the head of our houses. And that is a little bit about our ancient spirit in our Hatwe Council. But we also have with us, to Cliche's left, is our Executive Council, our modern governance system. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. And we do have one more that is not represented up here, which is the Williams family, the house of Klama House. And to Cliche's left, we have our Executive Council and our modern governance structure. So we have our elected chief, Emchis, Robert Dennis Sr. We have Huu-ay-aht, Trevor Coots. We have Hlitzniduk, Ed Johnson Jr. And we have he's our new kid on the block. He's Brad Johnson. He's our newbie. We're very glad to have our council. We do have some of our council that are not present, and they're en route. But we wanted to begin this day, and I wanted to start off with the introduction so you can see who is before you. These are your hosts. And on behalf of our Huu-ay-aht Council, on behalf of our Executive Council, and all of our people, we want to take a moment to acknowledge the beach keepers of Anakla, the matriarchs and the women of the House of Apunisat. There are many of you out there in the room that you know that this responsibility, the territory of Anakla, has ever since 1700. It's always been under the power and authority of the matriarch and of the women, and it was actually a gift, a dowry, with late Aggie Peters, which is Cliché's grandmother, when she married, ironically by the same name, Cliche, Art Peters, his grandfather. She was gifted this territory, and she decided that she wanted to hand it down, so she decided that some of her daughters and granddaughters and her family are going to continue on that role of being the beach keepers and the keepers of this territory. So I want to acknowledge all of our beach keepers of Anakla territory, and to get this celebration underway, we would like to start off with Cliché's songs, and we're going to do a couple of songs for you, dances. So if there's anybody out there in Team Huu-ay-aht that wants to either sing or dance, now is the time to step forward. We need all the help we can get. So you got 1 minute. Come on down.
Housekeeping. Can we bring the walk out? Introduce them, the guardians. There.
Yeah. Okay.
One second. Dude, that switch up. There.
So just before we begin with our cultural ceremonies, I wanted to mention that of our executive council that is not here but on their way, we have Dwayne Nukamis and we have John Jack. They will be here today, but for now they are not. And we'd also like to call up, maybe we'll call up Corey Tukwi from our cultural department and our team to help us. We want to identify and acknowledge our Witwak, which is our warriors, our braves, the ones that are going to help us to be guardians of this event here today. Struggle with your last name. But these are two of our Witwak. They're our braves for today. So if they give you any kind of direction or instruction, we advise you to listen. So thank you very much. Let's go. Yes. And they're also our first aid, and they're equipped for any and all situations. So we're looking after. It is our job and our role that we want to be the best hosts that we can be today. So our Witwak they're also going to be, they're serving double, triple duties. They're going to be our guardians. They're going to be our support in the first aid and responding. So this is our guardians, Witwak, Kleko. I just want to, at this time, if there's any of our brethren Nuchanas, any of our people that would like to join us, you're welcome to do so. I don't feel pressured or obligated, but we wanted to extend that invitation that if you'd like to come and be a part of this ceremony this morning, we're going to be doing Cliche's prayer song, and I wanted to say that. Thank you again for your presence and for your patience. We wanted to get things off in a really good way, to reflect our ancient spirit, our ancient values. And for us, we the Huu-ay-aht, we are guided in everything that we do by our sacred principles. And they are Isak, which is a greater respect and the care for all living things. We have Huu-ay-aht, which is taking care of. It's a responsibility for us to take care of our people and our resources that take care of us. And Hishuk-maat-sa-wak, the belief and understanding that everything is one and connected. And that's very important for our people. But we also want to take some time before we really begin and reflect our ancient spirit, because these are very, very ancient songs that we're singing that belong to our highest ranking chief, our Cliche. And interesting fact about this song is that it came like right to the brink of extinction, of being lost. And it was actually in 1986, my great-grandfather, he was born in 1901. So in 1986, he was having his 85th birthday. And he was sitting there, and all of a sudden he just started singing the song, Huu-ay-aht, to one of my aunties. Ironically, she's younger than me. That's a Coast tradition, a Native tradition, and sometimes we have aunts or uncles that are younger, or junior. And he was singing this song to her, and all of a sudden you could see all the elders in the room, their eyes lit up, and they remembered that song was a prayer song. That was Cliché's prayer song, and it's very, our people were very, very spiritual. We prayed all the time, every day. There's many different ways to pray. You could pray with a spoken word. You could pray just quietly in your mind. You could pray with a song, or you could, the most sacred one of them all, which is also associated with this song, is when you pray with a rattle. So those are some things about our culture of the Huu-ay-aht and by extension the Nuu-chah that are very customary. But I would like to, at this time, call up our Thai Cliche. He wants to say a few words of his own. I am his designated speaker and the MC of today, but he does have some things that he'd like to share himself. Chu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cliche. Derek Peters is my English name, and I just want to say again on behalf of our nation, our hereditary leaders, and our elected leadership, it's always an honor to stand before you and stand before my people, and it's an honor and a privilege for me to carry the name Cliche on behalf of my nation. And I also want to say, important teaching for all of us in Nuu-chah and Huu-ay-aht is, my name is Derek Peters. My father was late Cliche, Arthur Spencer Peters. The father to my father was Arthur Peters, and his wife was Agnes Peters. On my mother's side, Nora, her parents were Edward and Mabel Nookmis. It's important for me to say that and just to share with the room, the importance of why we do that, and important why we introduce not just me, but introduce the family I come from, because it grounds us. It reminds us of who we are and where we come from. But most importantly, that it grounds us so we know that we're going to say the right thing, because we represent those that are before us, that come before us. And that's an important lesson that I want to stand before you and say that, because I know that's something that I see throughout Nuu-chah. Sometimes we're stepping away from that teaching. And also, as you see, our hereditary leadership sitting here, along with our elected leadership, I think it's a really important demonstration, and I'm really proud to say that, we have a strong working relationship. And Wishki touched on the values of our hereditary leaders that Isak is respect, Huu-ay-aht, taking care of, Hishuk Masawak, everything is one. Those are strong values that come from our chiefs' houses, and that's something that we've never went away from. And so I'm really looking forward to today and recognizing that, you know, we're in a time and a historic moment here where we're starting to merge, you know, some of these traditional ways of managing and looking after our resources, because it is the resources of our territory that were abundant, that we survived off of those resources in our territory. And we still need and we still harvest and we still thrive off of our territory today. But we need to deal with that and formally welcome you on behalf of our hereditary leadership. And it's so good to have this house energized again and filled with visitors and guests. Chew and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Cliche. That it means a lot. You know, when our Huu-ay-aht, especially our Thai, when they speak and they make an address themselves, that it's a very important day, and this is an important day. And next, I'd like to call up MCHIS, which is representing our modern governance, our modern governance structure. He's our elected chief counselor, MCHIS Robert Dennis.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, welcome. We're glad you're here on the Ha'ulti of the Huu-ay-aht. Pleased that you all could make it. And any of those that know me, I like to add a little bit of spice to a meeting or a gathering. And one of the things that I really want to highlight is that some of you aren't aware of the type of systemic racism that we face as Huu-ay-aht people, as Nuu-chah-nulth people. And I want to start off with number one. If an Indian protests, they call it a blockade. If a white man has a blockade, they call it a protest. And I was listening to the radio yesterday, Mike Smith's radio show, and he was talking about that protest in Ottawa. And I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, they were blockading the road. They were blocking access into Ottawa. And then they were talking about those protesters with old growth. Wait a minute, they were blockading the road. They weren't protesting. So I wanted to put that there. And the second one I want to talk about involves my late brother, Clarence Dennis. In the mid-1980s, he was cutting cedar down on what he thought was Indian Reserve number 1 of the Huu-ay-aht First Nation. What he didn't know was that the province of British Columbia and Ottawa had moved the boundary line of our number 1 reserve. And what he had there was a marker. The old M&B had a gate there that marked the boundary between M&B and Huu-ay-aht, or IR1. But over time, somehow that boundary got moved inward about 200 meters. The very first thing that puts everything on our side is that from Cliche this way, right over to Klotsmeek, these chiefs are here forever. Their seats will never disappear. They'll occupy those seats. When they move on, they pass it on to their children, their grandchildren. So that's one advantage we have in the governance structure that we have. They're here forever. It survives the test of time. And I say that because I've seen on the left here is the elected Huu-ay-aht Council. That is going to change all the time. Every 4 years, there's the election. We never know what the policies of any elected government's going to be until they get in office. But this one, we know what the principles are of our hereditary leaders. And that's the big advantage that we have as Huu-ay-aht First Nation. It's going to be our Huu-ay-aht Ha'way that are going to guide how we manage our forest. Every once in a while, this side's going to change. Different people are going to get reelected. And it's all going to depend on the mood of the community. So the politics of the community, like happens in British Columbia now. The Liberal government comes in, they start relaxing the resource policies. NDP gets in, they tighten up on it, and we have this tug-of-war that keeps going on because they keep changing office. So that's where Huu-ay-aht has an advantage. Our elected leaders are there, our hereditary leaders are there forever. They'll never change. They're part of the landscape. That's one thing the governance I wanted to talk about. You people need to know that. The general public needs to be educated about that. The second thing I want to speak about is that we've heard people say that they want to halt all old growth logging in British Columbia. What does that mean to me? These logs that you see in this building means they can't be logged anymore. The logs that were made to make that canoe cannot be logged anymore. That's what they're saying. We want to showcase to the rest of the province and to Canada that Huu-ay-aht can and will manage their forests and their resources in a very sustainable way. In the last couple of years, we've teamed up with LIvestream and Cliche and made a declaration that we would develop an integrated resource management plan for our 3 territories. That's going to happen, and that's going to be finished by 2023. Our communities are going to meet and consider and review the proposed plan. And it's going to be our community that's going to pass those plans. But those people that are protesting or against First Nations who say we don't have the ability to manage our lands, I hear that all the time. Oh, the Indians, they don't have the capacity to manage their lands. Today is showing you that we want to prove you wrong. We have the capacity. We have always had the capacity to manage our lands, our forests. And then the fourth thing is the economics. We have just as much right as anyone in British Columbia to have an economy that can sustain our people. But every time we make headway, there's people who want to stop us. Our people a few years ago approved an LNG project. Our people approved it. Our citizens, by a vast majority, approved that LNG project. But guess what happened? People outside our territory protested, made the investment economy nervous. They pulled out of the project. And we're determined to achieve that. We are not going to stand on the sidelines and watch people destroy our economy, destroy our culture. No, we're not going to stand on the sidelines. Instead, what we're going to do is tell the public, this is how we're going to do it. And I firmly believe our plan is better than any plan that has come forward so far. And I believe that we will have the best plan. I believe that the general public will say, you know what, that plan is worth looking at. You know what, I think that plan should be the model in British Columbia. So that's what we're about. We want to showcase that we have this ability. We have this capacity. And the last thing I want to say is that we have to find different uses for the wood. Different uses that will create employment for people. Different uses that will enable us to use less wood from our forest, but yet be able to sustain the level of income that we need to sustain our programs and services offered by the Huu-ay-aht government. So that's what we're here for today. We want to showcase to you what we can do, how we're going to do it, why we're going to do it, and we're committed. And those of you that think we're kind of a willy nation and we just do things as come along, we have been actively involved in forestry now since, Larry helped me, 1996, 97, when then Councillor Larry Johnson was given the forestry portfolio to change our involvement in forestry, to get us involved in forestry, to create an economy for the Huu-ay-aht, and to do it in a sustainable way. In 1997, our government approved the Huu-ay-aht Guiding Principles of Sustainability. 1997. Not yesterday, not 2 days ago, not 2 months ago, not 2 years ago. 1997. We want people to know that that's what we've been doing, because that's what we're mandated by our elders. In 1993, our elders said, we want you to enhance and renew our fishery and forestry values. So we've been on a steady journey doing that. And so it's our goal and our ambition to have our people employed in forestry. Because we were removed from another resource sector. At one time, Huu-ay-aht people probably had 50 to 70 licensed fishermen. Sadly, today we're now down to 1. But that's what happens with government policy. Government policy doesn't care about the Indians. They haven't. But moving forward, we hope that we can convince federal and provincial governments that we have to be factored into decisions. You can't just listen to one side of the story. So today is Huu-ay-aht telling their story about what they're doing, and hopefully people will listen to us. Chu Kleko.
Thank you, Emchis. Thank you, Cliche. You had a chance and opportunity to hear from our hereditary leader and our elected leader. And you know, that's what we wanted to showcase here today, was our connection to the resources, to the lands, to our language, our culture. And despite all the efforts, you know, we were designated to tiny little reserves. And they considered that we didn't know how to manage our resources. But I dare you and I challenge you that if you ever want to have an opportunity, I'm also the Cliche tour guide. We have an ancient village, a historic site of Canada, that if you ever want to go on a tour with myself or Stella, that all along the way down to our village site, you're going to see evidence of our management in our forest. There's examples of trees that have been completely harvested. There's examples of trees that have been partially harvested, whether it's been through bark strip or planked. And there's even evidence of trees that were tested for harvest but not selected. So that shows that our people did in fact manage the resource. And it's very important, you know, because for our people, the cedar bark in particular is very sacred. You know, we wear it all the time. My hat is made out of it. I have, you know, a beaded necklace, a beaded rope. We have some capes and other hats and other things in our canoe here. And it is a belief of our people that when we wear cedar bark, the inner bark of cedar, that we're wearing the inner strength of our ancestors. That's how rooted and connected we are to the land. And ironically, the color orange in Nuu-chah-nulth language is Pip-Pits-Cook, which means the color of cedar bark. So to me, that has a dual significance, you know, in our ancient spirit and our modern mind. So today is it's not only our opening and our welcoming remarks. We just wanted to say that.
There's always a thing about Indian functions. as we know, the white culture is really focused on agenda, where in our culture, it's the door is open when something has to be discussed. So I'm coming in here, I'm going to put somebody on the spot today. I'd like to call on Brian Butler to say a few words, please. Brian is president of the union, United Steelworkers. Brian Butler.
Senior. See, when I looked at the agenda, it said speakers were later, so.
We're ahead of the agenda.
We're ahead of the agenda. Well, first of all, I'd like to start by thanking Cliche and Chief Dennis for inviting myself and my colleague Jeff Bromley here today. It's an honor to be here for sure. As a union, United Steelworkers, our goal has always been to, long before my time, to improve workers' rights on the job, ensuring safe working conditions, and ensuring the right of every worker to be fairly compensated for their labor. At our union's core is the belief that we take care of one another by working together as a union as one. And as part of that unity, we've always sought to ensure that workers are treated with respect, as everybody should be under the Human Rights Code. And our support for reconciliation flows from that foundation. We believe in it. We see it as part of who we are as an organization. It's for the same reason that we believe that the Huu-ay-aht First Nation and the USW working together on projects, that we can do better when we work together as one. We're aligned on many issues. Our support, we believe that in a well-managed working forest and all that it provides for when we work together, we believe in having a healthy environment, family supporting jobs, and an economic engine that supports our communities and the province. As part of our working together, the HFN and USW have jointly asked the Forest Minister to support our efforts in awarding the TFO 44's significant uncut volumes to the HFN, as we believe it will allow for more involvement from First Nation citizens, preferential hiring, job placement, enhanced worker training, and many other benefits. It would allow us also to have the forest resource continue to be harvested in a way that ensures that the profile of the forest is harvested and we don't compromise the environment, and we have that opportunity for generations of workers to come. We've also jointly worked out agreements with the nation that allows for a more economical way to sort and scale harvested timber, when we agreed to have logs normally processed at the Spencer log sort processed at the Sarita sort. May seem like a small thing, but it's just another one of those examples of where we can jointly solve problems together and create further opportunity. Our support is also with you in the Indigenous-led Integrated Resource Management Plan. We see it as by nations working together and not having others determine the future of forestry on your lands, that you have set the standard that will guide land use decisions within your traditional territories and hopefully influence others on how it can be done. By including beneficial and innovative approaches that best serves First Nations, and by protecting the ecosystems, while also providing certainty for workers and surrounding communities, you're at the forefront of forestry management. USW applauds you and your partners for all the work in that regard. Moving forward, we're also keen to take part in your manufacturing initiative, as we too are aligned on ensuring there's an integrated approach to carbon storage of our renewable and sustainable forest products. We also hope that the initiative will not only result in much needed investment in manufacturing, but it also increase the manufacturing jobs and ensure the long-term stability of all of our communities and throughout the Alberni Valley. I would also hope that initiatives like the manufacturing initiative will also help the broader public understand the positive environmental impacts of a sustainable and renewable forest practices, correcting the misinformation about the forest industry that is being spread through social media and other means by certain groups needs to be countered, and the truth needs to be told. And the work I see is that you're doing in your Indigenous-led approaches to resource planning and the manufacturing initiative can be a big part of demonstrating to others the best ways to manage that resource and the biodiversity at the same time. We just need to make sure that others see what is being accomplished and actually hear about it. And I want to thank you for that, Robert, but if there's one other thing I could do while I'm up here is that I would also like to raise the fact that today, April 28th, is recognized nationally as a day of mourning for workers who have been killed or seriously injured on the job. You know, there was a time a number of years ago, I think it was 2005, that in the BC forest industry, 43 workers were killed in a one-year period. Now today, through collaborative efforts and stakeholders working together, those numbers are drastically reduced. When everybody is pulling on the rope at the same time, working as one, a lot of things can be accomplished. But tragically, on Monday of this week, a member of our local union died following injuries he suffered 12 days prior in a logging accident. His name was Lonnie Hikora, who was 46 years old, survived by his wife Paige and his two stepdaughters. I wanted to extend our heartfelt condolences to Brother Hikora's family, friends, and co-workers on that day. And if I could, Robert, I'd just like to ask if everybody could stand and hold a moment of silence for Robert's surviving family, friends, and co-workers, and for all other workers killed or seriously injured on this day. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the invitation, Robert. I'm happy to be here and hope to carry on the good work that we're doing together to create that opportunity that we all need. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for your words and representing the steelworkers. It's a very important relationship that we have as Huu-ay-aht, and for that acknowledgement of yours that you've lost in the industry. That is very important to our people culturally. So I appreciate that you wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. That's very, very respectful. We've gotten to that point in our agenda now, where we're going to go to my favorite part of the agenda, which is lunch. Lunch is going to be served, and we want to get back on the live stream. We want to get back into business at 12:30 precisely, because we have some timed items. We have some things that are going to happen right at 12:30, so we have a bit of time here for some lunch. And we'll get our singers and our drummers up here. We're going to do a feast song for you, and we also have a couple of little cultural items and that we need to address. We have a glasses case that was identified at our government office. I don't know if it was somebody from in this room that is missing a case. We have that up here at the front. Okay. And we're going to do a dinner song, and we're going to bless the food and all the hands that prepared it, but also we're going to get our resident chef, Sean Mack, to come up. He's got a little bit of cultural business that he needs to take care of, and we'll get into that when it's time. But we want to start off with a dinner song. We need some dancers. Come on, dancers. Come on, ladies. Come on down. Hey, Sean back? Chef Sean back? Chiqua? Smack is in the house, our head chef. He lost his phone. His Deadpool phone. And when we Okay, I just want to ask our guests, all of our guests, to bear with us and just also be that reminder that we have a timed item at 12:30. We're going to have a very important guest that is going to live stream with us. So we need to get back by that time. So we have limited time for lunch, but it's just on its way out. And we're hoping that you're going to enjoy your meal. We hope that you're enjoying your stay with us today. But just be patient. Thank you. Is this on? But I would like to this is, as we're getting ready to settle down for our lunch, I would like to take this opportunity while we have a few moments to call up my friend, John Powell. He's from the Mamalila Kula tribe, Kwakwakila, one of our island neighbors, and I would like to call him up to share a few words on what is going on within their traditional territory and their lands. He's elected chief of the Mamalila Kula. So come on up, John.
Good morning. I think we're still morning. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to the Huu-ay-aht people for allowing us to be in their territory. Thank you this morning for the songs that we enjoyed. Thank you for also the dinner songs that we were able to be witness to. I am going to just say a few words in my own language. Kaila kastakla, nugwa ampanu yadas, gayaklinlach, mimkulis luchachis, olakela ikyuk danala. My English name is John Powell. One of my given traditional names is Weenidi. It means fights war for his people. So I guess my grandparents were probably more correct than I was, because it took me about 40 years to realize that was my job. But I come from Village Island on my grandfather's side. Uji Stalis was my grandfather. And I come from Fort Rupert on my grandmother's side. Waji Dalaga was my grandmother from Fort Rupert. Like I said, I guess I was kind of bred and groomed to be in this kind of work, but it's not what I thought my life mission was. And obviously, as we get older, we realize there are more important things than what we think we want to do. As the elected chief counselor of the Mamalila, I've had the opportunity to serve our people for about 9 years on council, and now this is the first year, and I'm hoping there'll be a few more before I'm ready to hand it off to somebody else. But one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about today is what we're doing in Mamalila territory. In 1914, there was land commissioners McKenna and McBride, who came to our territory, and on very short notice had the then Department of Indian Affairs superintendent, or whatever his title was, by the name of William Holiday, called together our chiefs. And they were going to, in all their generosity, give us these little plots of land to live on. As it turned out, the two areas that are referred to as Lull Bay in our language, Kwaklala, and Hoya Sound in our language, Nalaklala, were taken. The chiefs of the Mamalila tried to claim them. Of course my phone would ring. Sorry. Tried to claim them as they tried to claim them as traditional land, and William Holiday lived in Knight Inlet, and I imagine had a lot of good friends who were loggers, and they took them off of our possibility for reserves because they said that they were already given up for logging tenures. Well, it took us a number of years fighting for those territories, but Hoya Sound, under specific claims, has been granted back to us, and we are in the final stages for Lull Bay to be granted back to us. On November 29th of this year, we made a declaration to the provincial and the federal government that we were placing an Indigenous and protected conservation area over 10,614 hectares of land in Lull Bay and Hoya Sound. We, when I came to be the chief a year ago, there was a marine plan in place, and that marine plan was specifically for the water. And in the last year, I've really pushed our staff, everybody that's involved, and we no longer are only involved with the marine plan. We're basing our IPCA on a very ancient law called Huu-ay-aht, which means I am one with the land, the sea, the sky, and the supernatural ones, which means that it's our responsibility under that law to protect, to nourish, to house, and to defend all the animals from the land, the sea, the sky, and all the stories that link us back to the reasons that we're there and we have rights there in the first place. In addition to that, I am looking into having our law expand to a place where our rivers, our mountains, our forests can be declared as live entities and can defend themselves in court, which is different from what has happened before. Right now, our lands are defended by our people, but in our traditional practice, the names that are afforded to those lands, to the sea, to the sky, are all names as if they are people, and so we want them to be recognized as people. But I just wanted to take an opportunity. I understand that you have an opportunity for guests to speak later on, but I have to zip back to Comox and then fly up to Knights Inlet tomorrow morning out of Port McNeill, so I've got a lot of driving to do, so I can only be here till 2:30. If anybody wants to approach me through these next couple of hours and talk about IPCAs, we're including our language wherever possible, and initially making the declaration means we have to use the word IPCA, but that initiative or that whole program, the protection plan, will probably be called Guaklala, Naklala, and then we'll find the appropriate words to indicate that it's a protection and conservation area that we will make co-governance, initially co-governance, decisions, etc., with the provincial and federal government, but we are determined that sovereignty over that area and all of our territory is the end game. So thank you for your time. Again, thank you to the Huu-ay-aht people for allowing me to be here. I feel honored to be amongst your people, and I'm hoping that this is just the beginning of a relationship with your people. Bela Kastapla.
Tlako John Gilakasla. And just to reiterate, John is available if anybody wants to talk about any of those important matters that he was highlighting in his remarks, maybe over dinner or maybe over in the next couple hours while we're here. He is available just to have, some very important discussions that are very necessary. So just to reiterate and keep in mind of our time and our schedule, we have a timed item, so it's very important that we not necessarily scarf down our food, but at least be aware of the time restraints that we do have. We have a timed item at 12:45, so we'd like to, for anybody, I see now that our servers are underway and taking care of our elders, but be sure to get a plate and to get all of what you need. Jutlako.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. Hello and good afternoon. Our good minister, Minister Conroy, is ready and online. So if we could direct our attention towards the screen, we're going to be live streamed with our minister. Thank you.
Peoples. I'm in Vancouver at the Kofi conference, and I was really disappointed. I couldn't transport myself over to you as well, but we can do it by virtual. So it's my real pleasure to have this opportunity to speak to you today as part of the Anakla Old Growth Summit. And I want to commend Chief Councillor Dennis and the Huu-ay-aht First Nation for their leadership in organizing today's summit. You know, it's I think it's so important that what you're doing, because we all know that BC's incredible forests are part of what makes our forests a really great place to live, work, and to play. And every day I hear from people who are so passionate about the old growth forests that are an integral part to ecosystem health and the resilience of our communities. And we all want these forests to be here for future generations, for our kids, our grandkids, and one day their grandkids, or as you know, a number of chiefs have pointed out to me, for those 7 generations, which are so critically important. Now, I used to work in the pulp mill in my hometown of Castlegarth, and I grew up in a forestry dependent community and our family was dependent on the forest industry. So I know personally how important forestry is to the fabric of our communities. And a lot has changed in the forestry sector since I was the first woman to work at the Celgar pulp mill in Castlegar, and I worked in the steam plant. But one thing that has remained constant is how important our forest and forestry is to British Columbians. It's foundational. It's a foundational industry for our province. And now, as I'm really excited to have the opportunity to realize a new vision for forestry. So last year, our government shared its vision to improve how we care for our forests in BC and better share the benefits with people and communities. You know, by working together, I know we can make sure that Indigenous peoples are full partners in how forests are managed on your traditional territories. And we can take better care of our rarest and most ancient forests, and communities and workers can benefit from secure, innovative jobs, as I said, for generations to come. And we're committed to enhancing the stewardship of our forests while supporting First Nations to have increased opportunities to participate in the forest sector and to receive meaningful benefits from forestry taking place on your territory. We also know that healthy forests, by storing carbon, are critical in the global fight against climate change. And I think that we can all agree that the issues of old growth logging has become even more polarized in recent memory. On the one side, there are those who want to see government impose an immediate blanket ban on all old growth logging, regardless of the fact that this goes against the recommendations of the Old Growth Strategic Review and completely devastates, it would completely devastate forest industries and forest communities. And on the other side, there are those who think not a single deferral is needed, even for our rarest and most ancient trees that are at risk of irreversible loss. So individuals at both these extremes are, I think, so entrenched in their viewpoints that, dare I say, I think they're missing the forest for the trees. But I think most of us in the province are somewhere in the middle on this topic, and I say thank goodness. You know, I've always said that I want my 9 grandchildren to be able to enjoy the beauty of BC's old growth forests, but I also want them to have the opportunity to work and have a rewarding career in a sustainable, well-managed forestry industry if they choose that. And I think we can all agree that when discussing old growth, it's really important to stick to the facts. The latest provincial estimates show there are approximately 11.1 million hectares of old growth in BC, which represents 12% of the entire province's land base. And of this, 3.5 million hectares of old growth, or about 1/3, is already protected. And old growth harvesting in unprotected areas has decreased by 40% over the past 5 years. And in 2020, 33,000 hectares of old growth were harvested, but this represents only 0.3% of the total old growth in BC, just 0.3%. So our government is continuing to act to implement the recommendations of the old Nation. So the review was based on a comprehensive province-wide public engagement process with industry, local communities, First Nations, workers, forestry professionals, and then other stakeholders. Over a 4-month period, the engagement included over 200 meetings held in 45 communities, over 300 written submissions, and more than 400 published articles. There was over 18,500 survey responses and approximately 9,000 emails from the province. So I feel researched, lots of input from across the province, which led to a really great, a very well done strategic review with 14 recommendations. And as I mentioned before, the review did not recommend that the government impose a blanket ban on all old growth logging. Some members of the public, they may be surprised to hear this based on what we've seen in recent weeks. But instead, the review recommended a targeted approach. And I'm going to quote from the review that until a new strategy is implemented, defer development in old forests where ecosystems are at a very high and near-term risk of irreversible biodiversity loss. So logging deferrals, they're a temporary measure to prevent irreversible loss while we work in partnership with First Nations to develop a new, a long-term approach to old growth management that prioritizes ecosystem health and community resiliency. We know that the first step to better caring for our rarest and most ancient forests is putting Indigenous peoples at the center of land management decisions in your territories. And since November, government has been engaging directly with First Nations rights and title holders on how they want to proceed on old growth deferrals in their territories. And it's really important that we took the time to get this right and not make decisions unilaterally. The days of making decisions without First Nations rights and title holders' input and discussions working together, that's over. Thanks to this approach, we have implemented deferrals on nearly 1.7 million hectares of old growth, including approximately 1.05 million hectares of BC forests most at risk of irreversible loss. So just to give you a sense of the scale, I'm speaking to you from Vancouver here and thought that this was a good example of what we're talking about here. This area is equal in size to over 4,000 Stanley Parks, over 4,000. And it represents more old growth than is currently protected in the Great Bear Rainforest, where there was so much great work done by Indigenous nations in collaboration with government, industry, and environmental groups. These deferrals are also in addition to the nearly 200,000 hectares of old growth that our government has deferred since September 2020. So this includes the Fairy Creek watershed and central Walbran area that we deferred at the request of the Pachidat, the Didadat, and the Huu-ay-aht First Nations. And they mean that we have made real progress on preventing the logging of forests at high risk of biodiversity loss. In total, around of the 4 million hectares of the most at-risk old growth in BC identified last fall by the Old Growth Technical Advisory Panel that is not threatened by short-term logging. So that's around 4 million hectares. And it's not threatened by short-term logging, either because it's already protected, it's covered by deferrals, or it's just too uneconomic to harvest. And we are continuing to engage with many First Nations on old growth deferrals. And while we've received responses already from 188 of the 204 nations in this province, many requested more time before making a decision. And this includes the time they need to incorporate local knowledge and Indigenous values on the areas proposed for deferral. And we are also respecting the decisions of rights and title holders who have made it clear that they don't support any more old growth deferrals being implemented on their territory. They feel they've done a lot of work, they've done the management planning, and they know that they have deferred the old growth on their territory. So they've asked that, they've made it very clear that there would be no more old growth deferrals on their territory. The Huu-ay-aht Nation they're already leading by example. And you're taking an active role in announcing your own deferrals last year to protect your most important forests. And this makes up 96% of the most at-risk old growth that the technical advisory panel had estimated is in their territory. 96%, which is incredible. More recently, the Huu-ay-aht has taken the proactive step to conduct further analysis of the forest using local knowledge, LIDAR technology, and experts in ecology and forestry. It's so encouraging to see nations like the Huu-ay-aht taking these steps to manage the important forestry values for your community based on the best available scientific data and local Indigenous knowledge. We also understand that you're taking an integrated resource management plan and acknowledge work by other nations to undertake planning initiatives within their territories. These efforts are inspiring to see, and the province looks forward to engaging with them on the development and outcome of these plans. We want to help in any way that we can. As I mentioned earlier, old growth deferrals, they're a temporary measure to prevent irreversible biodiversity loss while we develop a new long-term approach to old growth management. And they provide us the time and space we need to work in partnership with First Nations, with local communities, with industry, workers, forestry, professionals, and other partners to make sure we get this right. This new approach, it'll recognize that a shift to prioritize ecosystem health is critical if forests are to continue to provide essential benefits for British Columbians, such as clean air, clean water, carbon storage, conservation of biodiversity, and timber. And realizing this vision, it'll require collaboration, integrated planning, and new governance structures. And this work will culminate in the province releasing a new old growth strategy for BC to be completed next year in 2023. The new Ministry of Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship, led by my colleague, Minister Osborne, someone very familiar to most of you, I would believe, will have a key role to play in developing and implementing the strategy. And I'm really happy that the two of us are working together very closely to ensure that we are getting all the work done that needs to be done. The new ministry, it has a mandate to working with Indigenous governments and organizations to advance new policies for resource management that embrace shared decision-making on the land base in line with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We have set a path to ensure our forests maintain a healthy environment and biodiversity. They capture carbon, keep our drinking water safe, support our fisheries, and contribute to our resilient communities and economies. And we will do this, working with all our partners on a vision that treats forests as ecosystems, respects Indigenous rights, and supports communities and workers who will continue to rely on our forest sector for generations to come. And the work that you will do today at this summit, where together you share information on your stewardship and resource management planning and decision-making process, is a critical part of this. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm really looking forward to hearing back from you about the results. I know we have staff there that are there today that are listening and part of this process, and it's really important.
We also have a pre-recorded message from our president-elect, of the Nuchanoth Tribal Council. Her name is Judith Sayers, Saksa, and she, interesting note, she is a direct relative of our Tyee because all of the pillars and the Tyee families of Barkley Sound are all interconnected and interrelated. So we're very familiar with Judith. She's one of our relatives, and we'd like to have Judith have her message next.
Akama, Tois, Hupachasaksuk, Nuchanothot. My English name is Judith Sayers, and I am president of the Nuchanoth Tribal Council. And I'm very pleased to be addressing this Old Growth Summit that is being sponsored by Huu-ay-aht. And like to acknowledge that the proceedings are happening on the Hahufli of the Hatwea of Huu-ay-aht. And I know that you are enjoying the beauty of their lands and feeling the strength of their ancestors as you are there on their lands. You know, the history of old growth is an important one within British Columbia, and especially important to all First Nations. And so we've seen Huu-ay-aht take a lead in the management of their lands, of their forests, of their resources in the work that they're doing. And it's exciting to see them do that, to take a lead within British Columbia and Canada on how to go back to traditional values, stewardship, and all of those principles. And I acknowledge that the Hatwea of Huu-ay-aht, that this is their lands and their management, and that the protocols of respect should be paid to those chiefs. It was really exciting to hear that Huu-ay-aht, Pachidat, and Dididat had entered into the Kishik-Mahsawak Declaration, where they were returning to their values. For the longest time, the government of British Columbia has managed the forest and not done so very well, as we see the impacts of forestry on our lands. And it is time for First Nations to be managing their own forests according to their own values. They're the ones who say how much old growth is there, how much old growth they can take for their economic purposes, managing the forests for their sacred areas, and to ensure that things that are important to them are retained, such as ecosystems, medicines, wildlife habitat. Our people have the traditional knowledge, the ecological knowledge, the Indigenous wisdom of managing our forests. And Huu-ay-aht is undertaking this process of putting together their own stewardship, their own laws that's going to be applicable to them in managing their forests. And we are happy to see that the government of BC is giving them the time and the space to do this. We are living in different times, and we acknowledge that there is now a Declaration of Indigenous Rights Act that is to make the laws and policies of British Columbia in line with UNDRIP, the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And the articles within UNDRIP recognize the territories of the First Nation, recognize the management, the ownership, the ability to develop economically, socially, and culturally, as is the First Nations' desire. And we have seen Huu-ay-aht pull together and to do all of this, to assert their title, to assert their rights, to assert their management. They've shown the world that they can do so. And very excited to be hearing this today. and wish I could be there in person to hear in person what they are doing, but want you to know that the Nuu-chah Tribal Council fully supports Huu-ay-aht First Nation in what they are doing in managing their own old growth, but more importantly, holistically managing their whole forests, their lands within their territories. And we all know that the forest impacts on fisheries, it impacts on our river systems, it impacts on our landscape, on the ecosystems, on our wildlife and birds, everything. And so seeing what Huu-ay-aht has done is empowering. And I'm hoping that all the other First Nations will be doing the same, will be taking control and management of their territories, and really hope that we can preserve the values of old growth and being able to balance that with economics, and also, you know, having people respect the Huu-ay-aht. If you can go into their territory, ask for their permission, tell them what you're going to do, you know, and get their permission to do so. And I know that the Huu-ay-aht are looking forward to supporting their members going forward in having jobs, having revenue, but more importantly, being able to continue to exercise their rights over their territory and being able to continue to exercise those rights. I think of nothing worse than telling our children, oh yeah, we used to have suckeye and they were so good to eat. No, we want future generations to be able to say, because we managed our territory so well, we still have suckeye, we still have elk or deer, so many things which our communities enjoy eating. So wishing you the best of luck and supporting Huu-ay-aht.
Tribal Council, it means you know, a tremendous amount to have the endorsement and the support of our collective political leader and our neighboring nations. You know, that means a lot. So we're grateful that she was able to also come and address us in a modern way. You know, we're just coming out of that era of, you know, I think this time will be looked back upon and remembered, where so much of our life and so much of what we done was virtual, you know, that, you know, coming out of COVID and all of this. So it's such an amazing feeling to be here and to actually see, you know, people in our house, you know, that we're having this event. You know, that means a lot, but we understand and respect that there's a little bit of transition into it. So next I would like to call up Cliche and Emchis, our hereditary and elected leader of our First Nation. Yeah. Let me hold that?
No, I got to read it. Or is there one out there?
Can you hold it? Okay.
First of all, I just want to say that unfortunately, Chief Brian Tate sent his regrets that he couldn't be here today. Something came up that he had to deal with. And then Chief Jeff Jones ended up with COVID from going to a hockey game the other day. So I proudly said, well, stay away. We don't want to spread it in our community. But what I can do on behalf of the three nations, just for those of you that aren't aware of it, the three nations did sign a declaration called the Hishuk-Matsawak Declaration. Our nations, Ditidat First Nation, Huu-ay-aht First Nation, and Pachidat First Nation are stewards of the forest, fisheries, and all other resources within our ha'uthi, or our traditional territories. This has been our responsibility since time immemorial. We are guided in this important work by our three sacred principles, and you've heard that repeatedly, and we're going to say it repeatedly, and say it more, I should say. Isak, the utmost respect. Huu-ay-aht, taking care of. And Hishuk-Matsawak, everything is connected. and by our responsibilities to our future generations. That's a really important part there. Our hereditary elected leadership draw on the teachings of our ancestors, the wisdom of our elders, the input of our citizen members, the input of our valued partners, and the best available forestry, fishery, and integrated resource management advice when making stewardship decisions in our Huu-ay-aht. As Indigenous governments, it is our responsibility to decide what is the best for our lands, our waters, our resources, and the well-being of present and future generations of Ditidat, Huu-ay-aht, and Pachidat. Hishukmat Sawak, everything is connected. For most of the past 150 years, we have watched the others decide what is best for our lands, for our waters, and for our people. Our three sacred principles are often ignored. We are too often the last to benefit from what is taken out, and the last to be asked what must be put back in. That time is over. It is time for our principles, authority, and responsibilities to be respected so that we can work for a win-win stewardship solution to heal our lands, our waters, and our people for the benefit of our current and future generations. This will take time. From this day forward, in accordance with our traditional laws and our constitutionally protected Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights, we declare that our governance and stewardship responsibilities in our Huu-ay-aht must be acknowledged and respected. Third parties, whether they be companies, organizations, other governments, or individuals, have no right to speak on our behalf or on the behalf of the lands, waters, and resources in our Huu-ay-aht. Moreover, for third parties to be welcome in our Huu-ay-aht, they must respect our governance and stewardship, our sacred principles, and our right to economically benefit from our resources. This declaration was signed by Huu-ay-aht Ditidat Paul Tate, Chief Councillor Brian Tate, Huu-ay-aht First Nation Huu-ay-aht Derek Peters, Chief Councillor Robert Dennis, Pachidat First Nation Hereditary Chief Quisto, and Chief Councillor Jeff Jones. So we wanted to read that to you because that is the basis of why we're here today and what we hope to do moving forward. This is an important step for us, and I'll now ask Cliche to say a few words.
Thank you, Robert. And that was a really historic moment for the Huu-ay-aht Nation and the hereditary leaders of the Huu-ay-aht Nation. You know, I think that although it's spelled out in black and white, what it represents is our traditional responsibility to our protocols with our neighboring nations. You know, we had protocols from chief to chief, and so this document speaks strongly about our values, and Robert mentioned the values of our hereditary leaders. So it was an honor for me to put signature to the document on behalf of my hereditary chiefs, recognizing that you know, we have neighbors and we have relationships and we have strong ties with our neighbors, and we have to keep those historic ties strong for the next generations. And so something like this in this document and signing it, you know, I had a lot of pride, and it was just an honor for me to sign that document in the territory of Ditidat. And so I want to thank Pachidat and Ditidat for working with us on this document, and we look forward to moving forward on this. And Chu, thank you for taking the time to hear us read out this declaration. Chu.
Thank you, Cliche. Thank you, MCHIS, as well as the our delegates and partners, you know, in Ditidat First Nation and Pachidat. And it was a very, very important part of this day, was making that declaration, Hishukma Sawak Declaration. And next, I would like to call up to give us a recap and a tour of this morning's tour, you know, where some of our delegates went and toured the territory. I'd like to call up Bryce Mercredi to share a little update on what some of our delegates seen on their morning tour. Oh, Bryce Bancroft, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a Bryce on our team, I'm sorry.
Sure, nope, I'll start.
I can start with a story if you want. Can I start with a story? Is this mic working? Yeah. Yeah, my name is Bryce Bancroft. I'm a resource management consultant, and I've been working with Huu-ay-aht for a number of years, and I just wanted to share a little story before we go into our field tour. I was back in the 90s when those principles were sort of being formed, and I used to do a breakfast meeting once a month with McMillan Blodell and Chuck Lissette and the Huu-ay-aht, and it was to build economic capacity. And so each month we'd get together and we'd talk about different ideas and the like. And one week, Robert came out and said, you know, I have this idea. Put it in context. People don't really understand why we need this sort of ability to manage our own land. So his idea was to take a canoe like the one we see in front of us here and to take it over to England and to get a number of Huu-ay-aht folks to paddle it up the Thames and to take a Huu-ay-aht flag and to plant it and say, we claim this in the name of the Huu-ay-aht. And the expected response was, you can't do that. And the answer would have been, exactly. So in essence, that's what we're talking about with UNDRIP and DRIPA, is this idea that it's reconciliation, and we have an opportunity here to work with that. And the group that have met here today can see the passion that's going on with this initiative, and we can now share some ideas that were presented in the field.
Awesome. Thank you, Bryce. So this morning, my name is Marina Rayner. I'm a Huu-ay-aht citizen and the project coordinator for the Hijikmatsawak Integrated Resource Management Plan. This morning, we took a few participants on a tour of the Hahouthli, and we would like to extend the opportunity for the same tour, just virtually for you right now. We have some pictures to go along with it. So our first sort of quasi-stop, our first stop, it wasn't a full stop, it was a slow down and drive by, was our territory sign. So the entrance to the Hahouthli. There it is. So this sign is located at the beginning of our Hahouthli. Here it says, you know, Hijikmatsawak, welcome to our territory. Owners for 10,000 years, stewards again after 150. Please treat our children's inheritance with respect. This is really important. You know, it's a good way to set the tone when visitors are coming into our Hahouthli. The second stop or drive-by was at the entrance to our treaty settlement lands, or the sign here. So this sign was placed at the beginning of the treaty settlement lands. Sorry, I'm just going to skip ahead here for a second. So this sign was placed here to welcome guests into the, and provided a map for people to orient themselves. The treaty settlement lands identified them in Oath Treaty, the modern day treaty, represented our ability to self-govern and to have self-determination over the traditional territory on a larger scale. So stop one here. This was our first actual stop where everyone got a chance to get out and stretch their legs after the bumpy ride. And this is at HCL South. So this is a spot within the within our treaty settlement lands, and I'll have actually this is a really nice overview of the area. You can see at the bottom right there, there's a little group of people. They're tiny, you can barely see them. But this is one of the first blocks harvested after treaty implementation, which is very significant. And then I'll get Bryce to speak on what we talked about at this specific block.
Yeah, so what this did is we were able to start talking about the idea of an integrated resource management plan and what that might look like, and how there was a real mosaic of different tenures on the landscape, and how this project is meant to bring those all together. So one of the things that's being done as we speak is to pull all the data from all of those different tenures into one database. So when a question is asked or an opportunity to go through a scenario, all of the information can go into the entire area, and the answers are more complete because it is all connected. All of these tenures are like little squares on a landscape that isn't made up of little squares. So the things we talked about were species use. The area was replanted right after it was harvested. The trees were growing well. The species that are used are suited to the site. Part of the direction that's going to occur through this integrated resource management plan is to look at climate change and to make sure that the species that are being reforested in areas fit with the future climates. So there's some tools that are available to sort of project into the future different climate regimes and to ensure that the species are matching that. We also looked at reserves. We had Robert Dennis give us a bit of a history of the area and some of the way that it was actually gone through the governmental system to be approved to be harvested. And again, that was reinforcing that this is a stepwise process where the Huu-ay-aht First Nation make final decisions. So the area, it's one where you can look out over the landscape. There's ungulate winter range on the far side. There's old forest. There's young forest. And when you look at the valley bottom, you can see the alder. And what that is the original harvest that went through and took out the old growth has reforested to alder as well as to conifers that are starting to emerge through it. And so when we talk about maintaining old growth, in some cases, you don't have old growth to maintain anymore. It was harvested, but you have an opportunity to maintain these areas as recruitment for future old growth. And these form a backbone of a reserve system. So the Sarita and the environs around it have been identified that way. Other than that, I think we looked at the retention civicultural system, which is one of the ones that allows for some parts of the old forest or the forest that you're working within to be maintained, to provide different attributes, different structures, different lifeboating features, legacies, and the like. So it's an opportunity to keep a landscape that's diverse and yet allows for harvesting to occur at the same time. So I think that was sort of a brief overview of that site. Thanks.
Awesome. You're a bit taller than me. The next stop was the Sarita Lake campsite. So this is identified as a recreation site, but also a really beautiful place to enjoy Sarita Lake and to get a really great view of the old growth across the lake. So we did speak about old growth, but one of the components that we wish we could have Wishkey along with us all the time, but we were hoping to have him say a few words about the significance of that area and the connection to the land.
Thank you. And I get the fortune of doing so now with each of you here. But this is a very, as is many of our places, but there's certainly some spots that are very special to our people. And Sarita is one of them, our lake, our river, and it was like our main winter dwelling. Our people were very nomadic and they would move around, following resources, following food, following what resources they needed in the forest, in rivers, in the oceans. They would move around from village to village, and Sarita was one of our winter camps because it was much more sheltered and protected, and less exposed, to the winds and the storms that you might face out here, like right on right on the, the edge, on the edge. So this is a very significant spot for us, and we just wanted to share some of the sites that our group had an opportunity to go and visit and tour to this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Wishki. So from there, we had another sort of drive-by, slow-down spot at the Sarita River. We put the request in for the elk to show up this morning, but they did not. So we just, we slowed down, took a brief pause. I showed everybody a picture of the elk to prove that they do exist. So we took a brief pause there and stopped at the depot gate. For the locals, you understand that, this was the beginning of the haul road that led to a spot where, past forestry practices have had significantly impacted the Sarita River. So after that stop, our next stop was the Sarita Estuary. I sound like I'm surprised, but I know I was there, I promise. So we took a stop at the Sarita Estuary, where the causeway has been breached. We just had a little discussion about what specific claims are and how they relate to, restoration and basically bringing back what we're missing in our lands. So Stan, thank you very much, Stan, for your talk this morning about specific claims. Bryce discussed restoration, so I'm just going to give him a minute here to touch on that.
Thanks, thanks, Marina. Yeah, this stop offered a number of different things to discuss, and one of them was the 14 recommendations from the old growth report, and how that number 2 is having healthy, resilient ecosystems. And the Huu-ay-aht over the last 5 years have got a watershed renewal process in place, and what that's done is it's brought scientists, First Nation, Huu-ay-aht First Nation people out into the field to start looking at how that they can rebuild some of these damaged ecosystems, and a lot of it is around riparian. So there's been a number of different initiatives in stream along the riparian edges, replanting conifers, looking at fish both coming and going from the areas, as well as this example here where the causeway was breached and opened up 1.4 square kilometers of fish habitat. So there's a number of initiatives that have occurred, and it's ongoing. It's been funded by a number of funding sources, but the Huu-ay-aht have been a key funder based on their treaty settlement land stumpage system. So they were able to give a certain proportion of that to this to ensure that it carries on. And recently there's been a number of other funding sources, Western Forest Products, as well as through the various government initiatives. So it's an ongoing thing, and it's really reinforcing that we can bring back some of these ecosystems and to keep it at the forefront that we don't do the same kind of damage again.
Awesome, thanks for that. And then, so our final stop on this tour, and again, actually I hopped out of the vehicle and was flagging people down because it was 10 o'clock and we were worried that we had our hosts in the vehicle, so we needed to get them here. We would have gone into the Pacific Rim National Park Reserve, the West Coast Trail parking lot. It's a really awesome spot, though a really tough road, to see old growth. You can see a picture in the back there. There is old, actually the next picture I think shows it better. Right in the parking lot there. And this is within the Huu-ay-aht. So, though it is parks land, it's under cooperative management with the nation. So, the perfect example of how cooperative management and proper land management, we're able to show that we do have old growth thriving in the territory. And that was the tour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Bryce, for that recap on our tour this morning. It was, definitely some really good imagery came out of that. And next, I'd like to actually hand over the responsibilities right now to my father, Emchis, Robert Dennis. He's going to be conducting the panel. So he's going to take over and delegate the speaking duties to him, for a time, and we're going to have our panel next. So, Emchis, the mic is yours.
This is a really important part of our Old Growth Summit. We've decided to have different people from different walks of life explaining what they're doing, because one of the challenges that we have in Huu-ay-aht territory, and probably very similar in many other First Nation territories, is that there's different tenure holders in your territory. So how do you get us all on one page and trying to accomplish the same thing? So we decided we'd have a panel here of people to explain what they're doing, and then each of you could hear from them and see what you think of. We're trying to design the future of the Indigenous landscape, and so that's what we've asked the panel to look at, correct? So I want to introduce them from way over on my left, Chief Mark Point, and then Marina Rayner, who's working with Huu-ay-aht First Nation, and Don, I always get his name, Sandvik. Sir? Okay, Sir Don. And then Shannon Jansen. I just want to say that, in terms of Chief Mark Point, we're very pleased to have donated logs and also sold them some cedar so that they could do some of their cultural activity and carry out some of their own economic activity. And of course, most of you in our nation know Marina Rayner. She's our forestry specialist. She's the one that we're grooming to take the place of the young fella by the name of Stan Coleman. We're looking at Stan and I think we're the sunset guys, so we have to get ready for the future. And then also Mike Green. Yeah, and then also I forgot. Yeah, Mike Green is with Don, Sir Don. Yeah. And then also Shannon Jansen. And one of the things I do want to say is that, nothing is perfect in this world, but we are working our hardest as Huu-ay-aht First Nation people to develop good, sound, effective relationships with government. We do that, very, very diligently. As, we're very fortunate to have the minister speak. And we also spend a lot of time with industry. I've got to know Shannon now in the last few years. And, we've developed that relationship. And you've heard Brian Butler. We spend time developing that relationship. And I want to finish the panel by saying the reason we named our new forest company Tsawak is one. Tsawakan is we're one. We're one now, so we got to work together. So we called our Tsawakan Forestry Limited. So what we're hoping is that government, industry, Huu-ay-aht First Nation, the union, the contractors, we all start to work one for the betterment of a working forest in Huu-ay-aht territory. So that's what this is all about. So I'll start with Mark Point, please. You have a PowerPoint?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Everybody hear me? I can't hear. Okay, thank you. I'm truly grateful to be invited to and asked to participate in today's session, Old Growth Summit for Huu-ay-aht. I'm also acknowledging that I've been invited and I'm grateful to be on the territory of the Huu-ay-aht people. I am a Stalo person from Chilliwack, beautiful Fraser Valley, sometimes dry, sometimes on fire, sometimes flooded. I've got a presentation prepared and I'm really old school. My wife and I had to fight over putting this together and we managed to get through it. The symbol on the right I'm the chief of the Schuylkill First Nation, and that's our logo. And we can move to the next slide, please. I tried to get a bit of a photograph summary of who I am. My wife and I are on the top left. I'm a grandfather, just below that picture with my youngest grandson. The people in the middle are all of my brothers and sisters, some of who are not with us anymore, and I'm much handsomer in that picture. I'm the guy on the far left. On the far right, I'm standing with my regalia on. The hat is made from cedar bark root, made by my mother. Also on the bottom picture in the center are examples of baskets that my mother makes. They're cedar bark. The darker part are made out of cherry bark. Next slide. I'm here to talk to you, and I wanted to share with you just a bit of who I am. I'm the chief of the Schuylkill First Nation. We're a very small band in the Chilliwack area. We have a population of 300 people. We have a land base of about 250 acres. I'm also the chair of the Housing and Infrastructure Council of BC. I'm the member at large for the South Chinook Stewardship Alliance, and we're in the business of doing referrals, looking after the resources that leave the Fraser Valley and the Chilliwack Valley area. We have a group that our band belongs to, the Chilliwack tribe. We also have a minor logging operation, so it's very interesting to me to see what Huu-ay-aht is doing. I sit as a chief at the table for the Stalo Nation Chiefs Council. We're also negotiating treaty with the government, and it's been quite an exercise. I really can't tell you if we're making ground or not. Some days we think we are, and some days we take 3 steps backward. And I lost that slide. The next slide is the overall map of the Stalo territory, and what determines the Stalo territory, and that I have to acknowledge that it also includes the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh. We have a common language, we have a common culture. My father comes from the Musqueam First Nation, and all of us from the west to the far east and up into the Fraser Canyon is all Stalo territory. It takes in 52 bands, and there is very, very little timber in that area. Most of it's been logged off. we have a very, very small percentage of old growth forest. And I was, in my visit out to this territory, I just say how fortunate this community is that they still have old growth. And they also, I feel really strong that they're doing the right thing and taking control and sitting in the driver's seat of what's happening to their old growth forest and them determining the future for it, for them, not only for themselves, but for their generations to come. Next one. These are some of the things that we do with our cedar that we can get a hold of. The picture on the bottom is a race canoe. It's the very first race canoe that I ever made. It's made from a 5-foot cedar, 52 feet long, and it was one of the champion canoes on our circuit. If we could hit the video. Is it going to happen? I think we should just move on if we can't get it to come up. Okay.
The strong and proud Recole Cree Canoe Club has been around for 25 years.
1, 2.
And in those years, we've seen many canoe paddlers come and go.
Next one, ladies. 1, 2.
And they add to the strength of the canoe. Strong and proud Recole Cree Canoe Club has been around for 25 years.
1, 2.
And in those years, we've seen many canoe paddlers come and go.
Next one, ladies. 1, 2.
And they add to the strength of the canoe club that is out on the water today.
1, 2.
Men and women's canoe teams practice humility. They practice
1, 2.
the spirit of the one mind. They practice a stroke that is actually poetry in motion for all of us to witness.
1, 2.
And today and in the days to come, they will continue this practice of family and of togetherness and of carrying on the spirit of the ancestors on the water and in the communities that they travel.
That's a sport that I participated in all of my life. I started paddling in that kind of canoe racing when I was 19 years old. Now my children and grandchildren are doing it. These canoes are dugout canoes. They're 50 feet long, and they're made from old growth cedar. And I have to acknowledge that Huu-ay-aht has donated logs to us so that we could use them for this purpose. And also, this is one of the canoes that we've made. It's going to hang in our new health facility on Scout-Kale. We're very grateful that we have the log that we were able to make. We've invited the chief and council over to our opening. We're hopefully going to be able to open up on Aboriginal Day, June 21st. We got our fingers crossed. We still don't have all of our material in, but it's a canoe about the size of the one sitting in the middle. It will be hanging in the main hallway as you come in. So just to acknowledge that the community here has helped us with that. It's very difficult for us to get old growth trees that size. These are some of the canoes that we practice out of Cultus Lake at Main Beach. Some of the canoes that I've made in the past. I'm sitting in a one-person canoe with my youngest son, who's now 35 years old. So that's quite an old picture. I was still good looking there. This is the main part of the canoe that we will be hanging in the hallway of the new building. This is one of our longhouses in the Fraser Valley. I designed this longhouse. It's made all from cedar. So this is one of the uses that we make of cedar when we can get it. All of our old longhouses were made this style and all out of cedar. This picture is the arrival of the largest log that came to us from this community. It took a 60-ton loader to unload it. It was quite an exciting day. This is in my yard beside my house, and that part of that log is going to be used to make a canoe for our Child and Family Services program. It's going to be made of good use. We all know that our people have the highest number of children in care, and our service in the valley has come to us and asked if we could help them teach our children culture, and we've decided that canoeing would be a good process and a good way to do that. So we're going to be making them a canoe, and I've invited council members to come when we actually begin to do the first cut on this log to turn it into a canoe. So that will be coming up within the next 2 weeks. When I knew I was going to come over here and talk about old growth forests, I also know that we all have very few old growth trees in our forest area. And I sat and I asked with my mother. My mother is 96 years old now. And I asked her what the old trees meant to our people. And she told me that the old trees are our elders. That the oldest trees actually support and feed the younger trees around them through the root system. And they also release a chemical into the air that helps support the trees around them. So the old trees are very important to the forest. They support the younger trees. And if we take all of the old trees, we've not only harmed the forest, we've harmed ourselves. I think it's a known fact that these trees, if you took the DNA off them, you'd find that our DNA is in these trees also. Our people believe that everything is alive, that we as Huilmuk people, Huilmuk in our language means native people, are a part of it. To the cooks, it was a wonderful lunch, and I will be trying to make the 5 o'clock ferry back at Nanaimo. Thank you very much.
An honor and a pleasure for our nation to to help you with your canoes and whatever. And it was really good to see them, your previous canoe races. I really like that. And just so you know, Mark has to run. He's trying to catch the 5-something ferry. So him and San are running out. Thank you, Mark, for coming. Really appreciate it. And next, we're going to call on Cliche and Marina. Before we do that, can you put the video on before they go on, please? Thank you.
You know, I remember Alec Williams saying that non-native fishermen would follow him out, so they'd know where the fish banks are. Because it was our people that knew them. Well, this is when we're talking about when there was no electronic equipment, there was no compass. All you had was your motor and your steering wheel, and you know, and you had to know all the landmarks offshore. So that's how we were able to introduce non-natives into offshore fishery. It was our people that taught them. And we think of our Huu-ay-aht paddle song. It is, in a sense, a victory song. You're coming back down the river to reclaim what's yours. What is rightfully yours, you're going to go and get it back. And today we're in that same process. Today we're saying to non-native people, look, we want to restore these rivers. We want to replenish them because those are our rivers. We want to put fish back in there. It's going to benefit you. It's going to benefit me. So this is a victory for us because we're the ones that are singing the tune.
It wasn't not long ago where we went through the treaty process and negotiated a treaty with the federal and provincial government. Land selection was really important and resources in our territory. And so we put a lot of effort into selecting land around fisheries values and cedar values and village sites and cultural sites and spiritual sites. It was very important that we did this in the right way to not forget how our land base sustained us for all those thousands of years of us being here. So it's very meaningful to us as a people that we're not just, jumping into a process that is designed for someone else's interests. But we need to recognize that we do need other sciences and other management systems to help us best situate ourselves in terms of how we're going to manage our resources in our territory.
Talking about an integrated resource management plan, you take into account all the things that we spoke about earlier, about the citizens living out there, about the industrial work going on, about transportation, about access to power, about water.
Wildlife, cultural medicine, spiritual places, historic cedar.
It's about people. It's about our environment. It's about our wildlife. It's about our salmon streams. And, my late father, Cliche, used to, his philosophy around, these three values were, was really simple is what you take out, you must put back in. We have strong partnerships. We have, a better understanding now from those who are working amongst us, a better understanding about who we are as Huu-ay-aht people and what our values are. And that audience, is starting to listen to, how we managed and starting to open the doors for us to, be part of management systems where that was never a practice before.
Forestry in BC has, in so many ways, become about cut blocks. And that detracts from all of the planning that we do in order to manage the environment. The Integrated Resource Management Plan is the foundation of how we now move back to the place that represents the Huu-ay-aht sacred principles. Everything is one and connected is the concept that we're working to grow and achieve, because the fact is the forests are connected to the fish and the riparian and all of the different values that we're working to reflect on the land base are connected. You can't treat them independently. You can't look at a cut block without thinking about all of those different things. And the sacred principles of the Huu-ay-aht help guide the integrated resource management thinking, because the interconnectedness of all of the different values is what we're trying to represent in our work together as we're growing our plan, our protection measures for all of those values from the ground up, in a way that we're working and sitting at the table to do all the hard work that is necessary so that we're all understanding what the connections look like.
It allows for you to start with identifying your values, understanding your objectives, coming up with some of these indicators and targets, and then running a bunch of scenarios through some computer models. And the computer models allow for us to see what the impacts of different treatments are and different approaches. And at the end of the day, there's going to be some compromises, some trade-offs that you're going to have to make. And so you have to understand where those are and what those might be. It provides for
we integrate those two. Here's the ancient spirit and here's the modern mind. How do we mesh those together so that our people are feeling satisfied, that we are truly integrating, the strengths of each of our cultures and our backgrounds.
It's a very interesting time in our society. Legislation's changing, things are changing so quickly. And the integrated resource management plan and the work that is happening helps guide our understanding of how we inform forest landscape plans, new legislation in BC. And we're adapting old processes into new thinking. So it's incredibly hopeful. There is hard conversations, and because we have to share knowledge and we have to make a commitment to each other, to hear each other. And that's not easy because we're all a bit set in our ways and our thinking. And we're all committed to come out the other side, knowing that we're going to be better and stronger for the work that we're doing now. If I look ahead, I can't think of another path that would be more beneficial than the one that we're on, as complicated and as complex and sometimes messy as it is. The spending of all of this time together to grow and be working together on integrated resource management plans and how we plan the forest, how we work together, it's incredibly exciting.
The Huu-ay-aht territory encompasses 7 hereditary chiefs, so we all have this responsibility to look after our land and resources. So going through this process, it's important to recognize that, us as hereditary leaders, I hold a hereditary position for our tribe as a Thai, and I have hereditary leaders that I work with, and we all have the responsibility to look after our people under each of our chiefs' houses, look after our traditions and our cultures and our ceremonies under our chiefs' houses, look after the land and resources, experts that have the education to put these management systems into place. And I think, for us as the hereditary leaders for our nation, those are the important areas that we would like to see this project lean on those supports and continue to lean on those as we move forward through this process.
I'm expecting my sons to realize the chance they have of working together with other nationalities to rebuild a river like this.
Preserve what we have for tomorrow's future.
Thank you. Come on, get in our canoe. That's what we want people to do. So anyway, on the next panel, we have Cliche and Marina. So Cliche first, and then Marina.
Just while we're getting set up with our technical team here, just really want to acknowledge the presentation and work that Mark has done, and just wanted to say it's really a huge honor for our nation to be in a position to have old growth cedar to gift to relatives and those who are in need of resources, and that's part of our culture and tradition and teachings, is to share what we have, and have trade and barter was a huge part of our custom at one time, and so when others are in need, we have what they're asking for, then we share what we have. So just to say, when Mark was up here sharing and showing pictures of his canoe, it was really great to see him and his nation, utilize the resources of Isak, which is utmost respect, Huu-ay-aht, taking care of future, taking care of, and Hishik-masawak, everything is one. Huu-ay-aht forest management through time. The nation depends on forests for many needs: resource harvesting, food from plants and animals, medicine, cedar, recreation, culture, connecting with the land. Forestry is also important from an economic perspective as it creates employment and revenue for our nation. Huu-ay-aht is regaining management of the Hahuthli. Hahuthli is our territory. It's the nation's turn to have our traditional knowledge and practices acknowledged, and we are rightfully taking our seat at the decision-making table. This means working government to government and partnering with tenure holders in our territory. We've come a long way. 1995, Bryce mentioned that while he was up here earlier about where it all began with our Breakfast Club meetings way back in the day there, and we've definitely come down a great path. 1995, we had 0 tenures. 2 Huu-ay-aht citizens were working in forestry. One of those citizens is here, and that's Yaslua. This is a hereditary chief. He's standing over here by the food table. He was in forestry all his life, and over the past 27 years, we established Huu-ay-aht Forestry LP, signed the Manuth Treaty in 2011, gained forestry tenures, developing successful partnerships, and now we are regaining jurisdiction over our Hahuthli, exclusive and shared jurisdiction. Exclusive is 10,000 hectares, shared is 62,000 hectares, total is 72,000 hectares, equal 91%. And I just want to take a moment here to speak to this slide. That's our territorial boundary. And around our territory, we have neighboring nations, and we have various agreements and protocols in place with our neighboring tribes. I just wanted to honor that and mention that, because that's a huge part of our tradition, is to ensure that we have strong relationships and protocols and ties and resource revenue or resource sharing within our territory. What does this mean? We are making decisions on the forestry operations in our territory. Our citizens and hereditary leaders are guiding our future in forestry. We can set guidelines that meet and exceed provincial standards. Forestry practices on our land are led by our values and our sacred principles. Hishik-masawak Integrated Resource Management Plan. Marina will take over this part of the PowerPoint.
Hi, I'm back again. Can everyone hear me okay? I told I was perfect. Good? No, down. Okay. All right. So the Hishik-masawak Integrated Resource Management Plan, I mentioned before, I'm the project coordinator for this plan. So I'm just gonna, you've heard lots about it throughout the day and in your summit handbook there, as well as the video that you just watched. But I'll take you just a little more in depth into the process. If you wanna go ahead. So what's the plan meant to provide? Understanding what's important for the Huu-ay-aht. That's really where our Huu-ay-aht and citizens come into feedback on what they want to see with the land. So we're utilizing the Huu-ay-aht Council, the Huu-ay-aht Committee, which is comprised of Huu-ay-aht citizens, and citizen involvement through engagement, which means going out to where our citizens are and having those discussions about what's important to them. We're developing a really cool interactive video, and that's to go to where people are. We have to understand that it's not just the citizens that live in the village, but we are accountable to all Huu-ay-aht, no matter where they reside. So the next is understanding the land base. Pardon me. We are gathering every single bit of information that we can, all the way from traditional use studies and historical documents now to watershed restoration data and LIDAR, and possibly utilizing new data sources through our partnerships. So we also want clear objectives for the identified values that we want to manage for. So we start with the base of what does Huu-ay-aht want to see as a whole? What's the, and we're not always going to agree on what the vision is, but as long as it comes to some sort of consensus. And then applying functional parameters to that. So what does the land need? Obviously economics play a role, legislation, because part of these, if you saw on the map before, some of the areas within the Huu-ay-aht are crown tenures. And we just keep on playing with those parameters until we get it right and agree as a collective that this is what our objectives are for those values. And then the last thing is measurable targets and thresholds. So this can't be another plan that's just stored on the shelf. Indigenous communities always have are approached and say, the provincial government or federal government will come and say, we have money for this initiative, we can do this little sort of one-off thing, and that's great and it's appreciated, and we do these things, but then these plans sit on a shelf because they're not cohesive throughout the entire land base. This integrated resource management plan does that, and it brings everything together, and it's not going to be stored on a shelf. This plan, it needs continuous monitoring and evaluation as we go on in the future. We're not just going to stick this on a shelf and it sits there. We'll revisit it all the time. Is it working? So that's it for our sole jurisdiction. The shared management would be the Bamfield Huu-ay-aht Community Forest, the K1E, and the Pacific Rim National Park Reserve. 35% of TFL 44 falls within our Huu-ay-aht. And then we have parcels of mosaic private managed land within the Huu-ay-aht. Sorry, I just need to grab my water. I'll be right back. I feel like I'm talking too much today. On to the next slide, please. So it's hard to see exactly what's on that little web of people there, but just know that it's not just one group, and that's what this picture is meant to represent. It's not just one team of people, but it's a lot of people from different organizations coming together. So like we've said before, the Huu-ay-aht, the government through the elected government as well as administration, citizen representatives by way of the Huu-ay-aht Committee, and those citizen engagements like I was telling you about before, our tenure holders within the Huu-ay-aht, Sawakin Forestry, which is TFL 44, and Mosaic Forest Management. Who else is involved? All of the other professionals that we could beg, borrow, and steal to work with us. Specialists in all sectors of the resource industry who have worked with us for decades. We're lucky to be able to lean on their expertise. Within this big web of people, we have two specific groups that we created. One is sort of an oversight of team leads, and then the second is a technical group that is comprised of, it's basically a makeup of all of our tenure holders. On to the next slide, please. So what are the steps to create the plan? In your handbook, there's a really awesome infographic that shows this sort of like cycle of how these plans can be created, but I'll just run you through it. So the first 2 or 3 are a little italicized there because those are the steps that we've kind of worked through up to this point. We've been doing it for around, since last June. So we've ID'd values based on guiding principles. What we started with were typical values. You know, people in the forest industry might think of the 11 FERPA values, just from a typical resource perspective. We broadened that lens to incorporate the Huu-ay-aht perspective. So we took cultural heritage right out of there, added some different things, changed it up to suit our perspective. We summarize the directions that are in place. What are we doing currently? What kind of plans do we have? How can we incorporate that? And then through every planning process, issues and concerns come up, and it's great that we are able to tackle them with such a diverse team. But we're finding that this process is not linear. Through this process, we progress forward and then return to previous steps based on new input. This approach makes sense because we're guided by those sacred principles of Hishuk-Matsawak. Everything is interconnected. So sometimes, you know, we think, as we were trucking along, we thought old growth, and when we were looking at old growth, we started to realize some of these things that we were talking about was cedar. So we separated it into 2 values, and it makes sense because to us, cedar is a sacred tree, the tree of life to us. So to have that identified as its own value and not grouped into old growth made a lot more sense. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, we got pretty far down and then realized, oh, we gotta change our values and what they're listed like. So the other steps were sort of, you know, we're getting there. It'll come that once we identify all these things that we've worked through, we'll start to look at what we want. What are our desired future conditions for these? Once we get that in place, we'll identify the indicators needed to monitor. Western Forest Products has this fancy modeling software that will allow us to run scenarios and test these options. And once that happens, we'll have, you know, quite a few different options to choose from, and all of our Hotwea and elected council will go through and be able to give a few options to citizens, and then we'll work through those. So, you know, it'll be quite a process, even just getting to choose what those desirable options are, and then, you know, go to our partners and have the same type of discussion, and then implementation and monitoring. And the implementation and monitoring, like I said, this is not a plan that sits on the shelf. It's going to be continuous. We want to go back and you know, evaluate, is it working for the land? Is it working for our people? Is it working for our partners? And on to the next slide, please. This slide, yesterday, it was just a whole bunch of words and it filled up the entire screen. So I was able to cut it down significantly today. So what are our desired outcomes and success factors? So we would like a space for parties to jointly develop and have a common understanding of the identified values, forest management options, and associated scenario modeling outcomes when managing for them. We would also like an opportunity for the parties to have their collected preferred outcome incorporated into management actions, and to identify any policy or regulatory changes that may be required to enable implementation of the preferred outcome. I can tell I did not write these sentences. They're very wordy. We would also like a clear decision-making process that respects all parties and their management systems, allowing for ongoing and effective implementation. You know, with these, what I've talked about before with these other plans that kind of sit on the shelf, some of the downfalls are clear indicators to demonstrate implementation success. Was this really successful? Does this allow us to go back and modify the plans? Engagement with Huu-ay-aht citizens throughout the whole process, ensuring involvement and buy-in into the IRMP. This, you know, there has been lots of initiatives that have come along. Yeah, we're gonna, you know, we'd like to have your input on this, and, you know, we really want to make sure that citizens are heard. But this is really important, and we feel like we'd like to reach out to citizens as much as possible, and for them to hear about the HIRMP as much as possible, like for the buy-in for it. So engagement with Huu-ay-aht citizens, I would have knocked that one up to #1 if I were me. Communication. So communication, updating local community stakeholders. We have sort of a communication strategy and potential planning requirements. And finally, a product that clearly communicates plan, direction, and its relationship to those values. All right, and that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cliche and Marina, for the presentation, and I like how you're mapping out how we plan to get to the conclusion of the plan that we want to develop. And for me, that's very exciting that we're going to be able to have a product by 2023, and that'd be fantastic. Before we continue with the next panelist, I just want to make a couple quick introductions. Stefan Augman, are you here? Stefan was part of our fisheries team for years and helped us with salmon fishery renewal. We want to introduce you, Stefan, because you've done a lot of work for us, and we really appreciate the work that you've done for us. Paul Daig, are you here somewhere? Paul Daig used to work in our forestry department, and he was the guy that, you know, helped us get all the declarations and everything that we had to do with MOF. Paul, thank you for working with us for years. Greatly appreciate that. We just want to recognize you while you're here. Thank you. Okay, the next guest, sir, I'd like to introduce you and Mike, and if you guys can come up here. And first, I just want to say that really honored to have Don and Mike here, because I've visited their lands and I'm very impressed with what I saw, and I hope that you can share what you're doing up there. Thank you.
I am Homies. I come from the Numgis. I'm also Don Svanvik. I'm also the elected chief counselor of the Numgis First Nation, and some people call me sir. I'm going to talk about old growth. I'm going to talk about how it's all connected. Absolutely, from an Indigenous perspective, we can't talk about any one thing in a silo, and I think that probably holds true for the whole world. I want to thank the Huu-ay-aht for inviting us here into this beautiful land. Impressed with the canoe here in the middle of the floor in the presentation. 13 years ago, we came here with my nephew in our canoe, the Wanuk. It was built with a 500-year-old log. We took part in a ceremony to get my nephew a bride who comes from this nation. And it's full of great memories. We had to demonstrate to the Huu-ay-aht that we were capable of looking after her. So we brought goods. We had to demonstrate feats of strength and cunning. You know, we passed all the tests, and I want to say that Hazel and the children are flourishing, And we're very, very proud to have him in, and as an addition to our family too. For me, you know, the part about climate change is we need to do something. A wise man shared with me, he said, if we can envision the earth being a ship, canoe, and it's full of holes, it's leaking like hell. And the only way we're going to save it is everybody chips in and bails out and or patches it. That's how we'll save it. So that's work that we have to do. You know, our vision for old growth is sustainability. And I don't know that we know what that is yet. I don't know that anybody does. You know, in Europe, their old growth has been gone for a long time, and they've got lots of literature on it. I've read a paper that says the only true sustainable way for forestry is at culmination. So I'm not a forester, and I only read the one paper, but it seemed like not a bad idea. But I know that there's lots of work to do. One of the things that was mentioned earlier today was forestry, indigenous forestry. I know that our ancestors for thousands of years were foresters. It didn't just happen, you know, after contact. Our ancestors managed forest, harvested logs, wood, the bark. Cedar bark was a textile of our ancestors. The different places that our ancestors live. I had the good fortune of previously working on a CMT crew and able to do lots of archaeological work in our territory. And I think the oldest site we found, actually I wasn't working there anymore, but the oldest site our crew found was 13,500 years. So that's pretty, it wasn't that long ago when we were only saying 10,000, and it wasn't that long ago when we're talking about 5,000. You know? So now we're at 13,000. I know this site up in Calvert Island, that's over 14,000. You know? I'll talk about the time when our ancestors were all foresters. It was open. And they talk about these ice ages and that, but in our territory and territories around there, wasn't glaciated. So I want you guys all to know that when our ancestors made that trek to Asia, they didn't have to have snowshoes all the way. They could go on canoes and that for part of the way. We talk about the connection with salmon. You hear it all on the coast. Absolutely, the connection with salmon, how critical salmon are. And I imagine our ancestors knew, but we didn't know until more recently, or I guess the foresters knew about how critical forestry activities were and how critical salmon were to forestry. You know, we've learned some great things, and you know, we're at a crisis with salmon. We're in all kinds of crises. One of the biggest things, I think, is our economic model. This economic model we've had since industry started here was profitability at all costs, and that's what we've maintained. In our territory, they knew in the mid-50s that their idea of this unending source of fiber was no longer true. 70 years ago, they knew that. So, in the place we've got to on Earth is in regard to the economic model that we follow, that we still follow, that's gotten us to this place we're in now. And that's what's necessary to change. I'm not suggesting that we halt everything. I'm saying we slow it down and have a good look at what is actually sustainable. Because when I'm dead and gone and dust, I want my grandchildren to still benefit from what's here. 100 years, 200 years down the line, and there's no reason that shouldn't happen. You know, we have to take stock of what we have, take better care, and have a look at that model that says, okay, we just got to do everything as fast as we can. And that's the part that absolutely has to change. And, you know, that comes full circle around to, I think, my opening comments about the earth and the condition we're in. So there's lots of work. It's absolutely doable. We can all still have a good living, you know, and everybody can benefit from it. But the model that has a few people getting really rich and the rest of us not so, just not going to work. It's not going to work anymore. Otherwise, it's all going to go to pot. So I didn't mean to get so speechy in that, but that's how I feel. So I want to give you all the respect of telling you how I feel, and thank everybody for being here, because that obviously means that you care. And thank the Huu-ay-aht again for having us, for hosting this, and yeah, great food. So, Gela Kessler.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Green, and thank you to Huu-ay-aht for having me. I'm here to fill in some of the technical work behind Don. I'm not in forestry because of my public speaking prowess, so forgive me. And yeah, I don't have my speaking notes. And I'm also a replacement. Brian, the resource director, is a member who's worked for his nation for 20 years. He should be here, but he's got a young baby, so he's not traveling, so I'm the fill-in replacement. Next slide, please. Or am I switching?
Yeah, that one.
Oops. So I'd just like to give an introduction to Nunamgis territory. A lot of you are from down South Island here, and talk about Gwatney, the Nimkish River, the forest, and the important resource for the people of the Nimkish Valley, the old growth in Nunamgis territory, current planning initiatives that are underway, and answer any questions you may have, or that may come later as well. So Nunamgis terrestrial territory is primarily two watersheds, the Nimkish River and the Bonanza River. They're large river systems with interconnected lakes. And this is a map here that has some of the place names in Kwakwala for places in the territory. And you'll note everywhere there's a current or recent settlement, there was a Nunamgis settlement from before contact. This is a logo designed by a Nunamgis member, Sean Karps. It is for the Gwatney project, which is a modern land use plan project that's currently underway, and it represents Gwatney Lilas, who is a man that became the river. Gwatney, or the Nimkish River, and Nimkish is an anglicized way of saying Nunamgis. It's Vancouver Island's largest watershed. It supports all species of Pacific salmon, and historically it is one of the largest sockeye runs in BC. And it's of the utmost importance to the Nunamgis. So forests, they are more than just old growth in their full complexity. The Nunamgis, as Don was saying, have been on the land since before the current forests evolved with glaciation. 13,000-year-old archaeological sites. There's culturally modified forests where every cedar tree in the forest has evidence of past use, whole forest. So it's not a culturally modified tree, it's every tree. The forests have always supported a variety of the needs for the nation. As he said, Nunamgis have always been foresters. So the forests in the territory, there's a pattern of industrial harvest that targeted valley bottoms, probably familiar to most, the easy to access sites, the rich sites, and that's a lot of the challenges is that was first targeted and probably the rarest, and like in Nungi's territory, that's the dry sites. Industrial forestry began to rapidly increase in the territory in World War I. And then the TFLs were issued in, I believe, the 60s. And in Nungi's territory, there's the Bonanza unit of TFL 47, portions of the Pacific TSA, and the vast majority of TFL 37. In 2016, Nungi's communicated to ministers and licensee executives that they had serious concerns with old growth harvests, concerns with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan, and concerns with the timber supply process. These concerns helped to propel the parties to look for joint solutions and get to where some of the projects we're working on today. Forests. So again, old growth is an important part, but the Nungi's technical team in listening to Nungi's members, listening to leadership, it is about everything being connected, as has been said many times, and all the values of the forest. And it's important to look at that holistic approach for multiple generations. So you're not just thinking of a rotation, it's generations and generations. Looking at all these things, riparian forests, fish habitat, the connectivity of the river and salmon habitat, it's of the utmost importance. And yeah, red, yellow cedar, cultural sites. We talk about red and yellow cedar, it's ensuring that it's on the landscape in all age categories for all the products that is used for in perpetuity. And it's again, it can't be underestimated. So quality of old growth, there's old growth of many different types, from the mountain hemlock to the big fir in the valley bottom to the cedar on the side hills. There's many different types, and you have to look at the quality of what it is for habitat and what it's important for. The rare ecosystems, again, in the Nungi's territory, it's the drier sites that are harder to find. And that doesn't mean, so because of the pattern of harvest, recruitment is very important. Just because it was harvested in the past doesn't need to be harvested again. That is your future old forest. So you have to look at it all as one. Steep terrain, ensure there's not slides and sediment, karst, with the connectivity to fish and clean water. Bear dens, wildlife and habitat, absolute importance. All the things, as I'm told, all the things we like to eat, need them. And you also can't forget the Nungi's is part of the forest economy, growing and into the future. And the continued Nungi's cultural use, so that it's always there for the culture to continue to grow and flourish. So some of the forest planning initiatives Nungi's are working on, the first is the Guatney project, which is a government-to-government strategic land use plan. So it's strategic level planning. It's part of the modernized land use planning process for BC, which there's a number of projects. And the biggest outcome of this will be recommendations for land use objectives for most of the Nipkosh Valley. Another initiative, and it's similar to the IMRP that we were just hearing about, is the Forest Landscape Planning Pilot Project. This is sponsored by the Office of the Chief Forester, and it's a Nungi's and WFP partnership. Part of it is developing a forest landscape plan, which is a A new level of planning in BC links the strategic planning with the operational with tactical planning. And another key element of this pilot is joint decision-making recommendations. It was absolutely critical that they were included for Numgeese to take part in the pilot. Along with this, there's detailed tactical planning and practice and modeling of timber harvest. And the picture isn't as interesting as the other one, but we spend a lot of time on teams as everybody's used to working this out, the best available data. The next level of planning in Numgeese territory is the operational interim process. And this has had a long development over the years. It started with Dunyas, which is a partnership between Numgeese and Western. And it's working together on operational plans in TFL 37. It's a two-way sharing of information at the earliest stages of development before layout crews start. So it's sharing information before somebody makes time and investment and puts ribbons in the bush. It's understanding Numgeese and ecological values to be incorporated in block design, again, at the earliest stages. Numgeese crew is generally the first in the block to look for cultural and other features to ensure that that's understood before the layout crews go in. This process is followed all the way through to permit application, back and forth at various times. And this informs joint decision-making recommendations as well as the ongoing consultation engagement framework with the province. So none of these projects are finished. Multi-year projects, we're in the middle, still learning, still working. But some of the early learnings are just how important engagement with Numgeese membership and leadership is to ensure that the teams understand what the desires of the nation are. It's always a learning process. Time to establish well thought out MOUs, project charters, those kind of things. It helps with technical teams stay in the ditch lines and understand what they're supposed to do, and when you get stuck, generally you can go back to those documents and put yourself on the path again. Another one that's critical is Numgeese staff and representatives involved in all levels of planning. So out of all these projects, there's Numgeese members at every level, executive teams, steering committees, technical teams, and it's critical. It's not happening. Relationships are important. They take time to develop, and you need those relationships to have the trust to share the data, to share stories and anecdotes, and build the trust to move forward, and to say the hard things. And yeah, I can't underestimate that. And that is it for me.
Thanks, sir, and Mike. It's really good to watch or to hear a presentation that almost parallels what we're doing. That's what I've seen, and really happy that you've shared that. And so the next guest I want to introduce is Shannon Jansen from Western Forest Products, and I want to characterize our relationship as a strong working relationship with desired outcomes. We're aligned on those, and we've been very fortunate to have some successes, and someday we'll share those. But anyway, we'll leave Shannon to the mic here now. Shannon, please.
Well, thanks very much, Robert. And it's an honor to be here today, to be on this panel with all of you. Chief Swanvik, this has been incredible to actually see everybody all in one place from across the coast. And thank you, Cliche, and thank you, Robert, for having us here today and the opportunity to participate. It's been an incredible day. I learn every time we come out, I learn. And today has been absolutely incredible. So I think we've all been sitting at home for the last couple years. Maybe not, we've been doing a lot of work, but we've also had a lot of opportunity to do different things because we've been in COVID. And one of those things that I've been doing is reading a fair amount, and so people have given me some books. A book that I was given to me recently was called High Conflict: How We Get Trapped and How We Get Out. And it was an interesting book because I think they gave it to me likely because of this topic that we all see on the media at this point. But within it was an analogy, and this analogy really grabbed me. Let's see. It's called the conflict trap. And I'm not sure how many of you have heard of the La Brea quagmire, but the La Brea tar pits. So I hadn't. I actually had to look them up to just make sure that it was real because this analogy was quite interesting. So like in the middle of Los Angeles, in 2,000 saber-toothed tigers. I thought that was kind of interesting, 2,000 saber-toothed tigers. So how did it happen? How did the thousands of these most powerful predators really end up at the bottom of these pits, and why couldn't they get out? And what researchers have discovered is this horrific cycle, and that horrific cycle is, just imagine this, like one day, thousands of years ago, a bison or something lumbered into these pits. It only takes a couple centimeters of muck to be able to get stuck, and it got stuck. And this mammal sitting there making noises, and you can imagine that other animals heard this and were attracted to it. And at that time, the direwolf, a now extinct, but a social animal, came with a crowd. And of course, they jumped on the bison. It was an easy meal, and they too got stuck. So these direwolves, they probably made a bunch of noise, attracted a bunch more predators, and till the population of the doom really just grew geometrically. So a single carcass could be invisible for, like 5 months. So this continued to happen until, they've now found over 4,000 of these direwolves at the bottom of the pits. So it's an interesting analogy in a book that's called High Conflict: How We Get Trapped and How We Get Out. And if I think about the situation that we're in today, we're all really good at identifying problems, but we also look for really short-term solutions, like that easy prey. And we're attracted to those short-term solutions, but instead we just get stuck in the muck, and we end up just doing the same thing over and over again and having the same conversations over and over again until there's a different path away from the pits. And reconciliation will be different than this path, but there is some common elements that I can start to see emerge. That in order to be able to get or not get stuck and to find a different path is that we all need to take a leap of faith away from what we've been doing, to shake the foundation of the status quo, to find a common purpose and to create a common vision. Rob Botterill calls it, why would we stop? So we thought about, okay, well, what's next? And Chief Dennis suggested, well, maybe we would have some interest in a 10-year purchase, but we should have a reconciliation protocol agreement in advance. And that's what we've negotiated, and we announced that protocol agreement, which set our vision for the next 3 to 5 years, which we've been working to implement. And today, Sawakan Forestry is 35% owned by the Huu-ay-aht First Nation. Cliche, Stan, and Rob all sit on the board, Rob Botterill, of Sawakan, and we're defining a new business and a new path forward together. So that's just the beginning of our journey. So now we're looking ahead. Sorry. There we go. So looking ahead, so that's the beginning, that's where we are. Now we have to say, okay, what's next for this business, and redefining what we mean as Sawakan Forestry and what TFL 44 and the business that operates it looks like. So our vision is to be a world-leading First Nations-driven resource management company. Our decisions benefit the waters, people, fisheries, wildlife, and lands today and for future generations. So that vision is forward-looking. We know that there's been mistakes in the past, and we know what we do today impacts future generations. So this vision is going to be something that guides us as a business and connects us to the Huu-ay-aht and ensures that we are moving forward in a good way. We've also defined a challenge for ourselves, and that challenge is to manage forests and ecosystems sustainably to meet the economic and cultural needs of our people today and for future generations, consistent with the vision of the original stewards of the lands and respect for the rights and title holders in the areas in which we operate. I was thinking about that challenge that we defined for ourselves, and here today with us is Al Gorley, who is an author of the BC New Future of Old Forests. And Al, if you just wouldn't mind standing up, it would be good just to be able to speak a little bit about this. And so he is really the one who could speak about the old growth report in itself, but I'll take a second and try to put some words in your mouth, Al, and please comment at the end if you feel differently. But I think that as an author of this report, there was a lot of people who challenged the fact that it went outside the boundaries or the bounds of what was the objective. Like, there was some criticism around the fact that this should have been just about old growth. And so those of us who read it realized that it's really about forest management and how we manage the forest, and that's a good thing. So, and in some ways, many of the conversations that we've been having over a period of time is that, and the interconnectedness of forestry is that this report, because we tried to bound it just to old growth, probably should have went further and actually spoke about the underlying rationale as to how we got to where we are today and the things that are driving some of the decisions that we make across British Columbia, including the types of tenures and the types of thinking that we have, like area-based management, which aligns better with the type of thinking that we're talking about here today. So the new future of old forests is 14 objectives. Those objectives are really interconnected. It speaks about engagement of First Nations, building the plan from the ground up and making a paradigm shift. And I think what we're seeing here today in defining this new path is that paradigm shift as we're looking at a different longer-term plan. So our approach as Swakan is together through real reconciliation. We're charting a new path forward by merging knowledge of the original stewards and entrepreneurs with today's science, technology, and innovation, which is inclusive, respectful, and accountable. I think this is important. That Cliche actually spoke to this. Real reconciliation, but also the knowledge of the original stewards of the land. You can see the tremendous knowledge in this room. And the opportunity to work together has been, I have to say, those that I work with, I think I've heard Stuart say this before, in the conversations that we are having, we are learning so much, and it's been an incredibly rewarding experience. It's a journey that I would not, we wouldn't trade for anything, I think, at this point, as complicated and as hard as it is. But we're leveraging technology and the state-of-art inventory and the investments that have been made to be able to advance what we know about the forests. And within TFL 44 and across the Huu-ay-aht of Huu-ay-aht, there is a LIDAR-based inventory that gives us a lot of really detailed information about the forest that we didn't have quite a long time ago. We're also engaging third-party experts from a broad base of disciplines to ensure that we have a really clear ability to sort of shake that foundation and think about things differently. Oops. So our destination, and this is really important as well, and I'll go back to Brian this morning. You spoke today being the National Day of Mourning. And the fact that we need to reflect on forest workers and their health and well-being, and ensure that the safety and the health and well-being of our forest workers is front and center today. And I think our destination being a strong, viable, sustainable business where everything and everyone benefits and the future is secure speaks to the well-being of people. And not just the Huu-ay-aht community. I know that the protocol agreement that we put forward when we first negotiated our path forward was revitalization of the Alberni Valley forest sector. It wasn't just specific to Huu-ay-aht and Western, it was much broader. And I know one of the values of our company is taking care of people. And Robert's challenged us to put that into action as well. And so we're looking at establishing a crisis fund for employees in need to be able to help people on those bad, worst days. If you have your house burned down, a child who may be sick, that we would have some opportunity to access this crisis fund. And if I were a betting person, we'd be looking at some fundraising opportunities over the next length of time to be able to support that vision. So a future is secure, that's our destination. And we're charting a new path together. We have an Indigenous-led TFL 44-wide integrated resource management plan. Today we've spoken about the Huu-ay-aht, Hitchut-Mixawak integrated resource management plan. But there is a number of other nations with territories here, many of whom are in the room today. And we need to ensure that we're respecting their values, their interests, and that we create a plan that's implementable across the entire TFL. And that's a challenge, but it's also a great opportunity that we're working to ensure is occurring within TFL 44. Brian actually mentioned the manufacturing initiative and our commitment to a low-carbon future and to be climate positive by 2030. That connection to the manufacturing is also very important to ensure that we are not just thinking about how the forests are managed, but how we add value through our manufacturing, and that we're making it all connected from the forest through to how we think about how we actually manufacture and have a really viable plan in that regard. TFL 44, we produced a baseline report. Joel Morton is the author. We had a large number of people peer review that report externally to ensure that we were creating a solid baseline in our understanding about the current state of the forest within TFL 44. That report spoke to 32% of TFL 44 having old growth today, and certain aspects around the quality of that old growth that would set the baseline for what we are thinking about going forward across TFL 44. And that's an incredibly important thing. It reflects past management effectively, and that's what we'll use to be able to measure progress going forward in terms of the key metrics that are selected through these IRMPs. We also have a tall tree protection policy. And again, leveraging all of that technology, trees can be measured within centimeters at this point, their height. And so everything over 70 meters we are maintaining. We found over 4,000 trees within TFL 44 that we're verifying at this point through the Whitwalk Guardian program. A couple of the Guardians are here today. You have your work cut out for you, it looks like, in the future. That represents as much as 14,000 hectares of surrounding forests around these tall trees. So making that a priority, ensuring we're doing that in the interim as we're looking at these plans, but also respecting the needs and interests of First Nations, and if there is cultural needs, that we are ensuring that we're listening and we're providing for those cultural needs as well. So TFL 44, that is charting the new path. These are the things that we've been doing to put reconciliation into action and ensure that we're making progress and communicating publicly what we're doing across TFL 44. So walk-in forestry. So we are one. This name, I'm sure, was chosen incredibly carefully on behalf of Cliche and Robert and Huu-ay-aht. And I'm learning more and more each day. The reason is to be inclusive and really to take us on this long-term journey together, away from that quagmire, away from the negativity, through the complexity, and taking us on this hard but really rewarding path, which is reconciliation and action, and it's built from the ground up. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Shannon. Certainly, Shannon, from Huu-ay-aht's perspective, it has been a long journey. There's been some challenges in that journey, but in the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen some of our work achieve the goals that we were striving for. So I want to say thank you to being a leader from Western to make this happen, and like I said, there are some things that we'd like to share someday, and that, but as you know now, what do you call it? You're a private company, so there's certain information we can't share. So anyway, that's the panel presentation, and I'd like to open it up for if there's any questions from the audience. If there is, there's a microphone. Jen, can you grab the microphone? Does anybody have any questions? Raise your hand if you do. Come on, don't be shy, jeez. Ron Frank, do you have any questions? Come on. Okay, go ahead. You want to bring him? Jen, can you bring the mic to Ron? Oh, there's one out there? Sorry.
Thanks, Ron. Am I on? Robert, thanks for asking the question. I don't really have a question. I have a whole bunch of questions about how this plays out going forward and how it plays out going across a number of nations. And it was really, like you pointed out, I was quite intrigued by the Namgis presentation and how that reflected similar approach. And other nations, I'm sure, have similar approaches as well. My questions refer more to how is this going to play out across all nations in BC over time, and how are we going to deal with the capacity building initiative that's required? And I have a sense that over time things will evolve as we go ahead, we'll learn as we go ahead, and we'll work together. So when Shannon spoke about the plans being evolving into the future, critical point. And the communities as well will change as a result. So I'm pretty excited about it. I wanted to congratulate Huu-ay-aht, A, for inviting me, and B, for providing such good leadership in this important area at a critical time, and to the partnership initiative that you've been so kind to share your knowledge about. So Western as well, all those who presented, Blackole.
I don't have my hearing aid on today, so I didn't hear the question. So do you want each of the panelists to answer that?
I think the question was, what do you think is going to happen across BC, and do nations have the capacity to be able to do what you're doing?
Okay. You guys want to take a crack at it? It's a question to the panel. Let's one at a time. Starting from Shannon, seeing you heard it. And then Dawn, and then Marina. Or Dawn, do you want to?
I'll go first because I see that crab over there. I think the answer is, it's not a short one, probably similar to what Shannon talked about in the big problem with a short-term solution. But I think probably forums like this, communication with each other, learning the reality is there's going to be nations ahead of other nations, and certainly through history, we're willing to share things that we've accomplished, and I know that the Huu-ay-aht will be the same way, and I think that's how it's going to be, that's how that knowledge will get transferred, and other people, the people that assist us in these things are also a valuable resource, so I think that's the answer. Thank you.
I just want to share an example before I pass it on to Shannon. I went to visit Namgis the other day, and I was totally impressed with their fishery program. And I said to Dawn, I'd like to take our people up to watch what they're doing, because I know we could learn what they're doing. So it is good to have that exchange, and it is very helpful. Shannon, and then Marina.
I'm not sure how much I can add, but I think maybe just kind of picking up where Chief Swanvik, you were saying in terms of learning from each other. I think if you look across British Columbia, I think we all are there's people in different places, and the question is, how do you meet everyone where we're at? And I think that's going to be our challenge. But one of the things that you said was engaging people and having some commonality in terms of the folks to be able to support some of this. And I think that's one common way which to be able to spread knowledge and to ensure we're sharing it, so we don't have to learn the same things over and over again 15 times, because a lot of the same information and same problems are being addressed in different places. So Ron, I think it's an excellent question. I would say that, and we see a different relationship developing in different areas of the coast, but again, there is definitely the commonalities, that underlying values that we need to be able to address and to be able to get to, you know, that land management, area-based, shared knowledge, shared management. So how will that play out across the province? I know they're saying forest landscape plans are going to take almost 10 years. The commitment here is 2. I think that's really important. It's not short term because we're just actually dedicated. We're spending days together. We're not just like deciding that will happen. It's not the never never plan. You know, we're spending days together every week to make sure that we get this to and drive it to conclusion, and in a good way. And bringing the right people in and ensuring we have the right expertise. And Marina was very clear about the community engagement, and that is absolutely critical. And it can't be underestimated. And not just community engagement within, you know, First Nations communities, but also Mr. Gorley also reminded Ted Nash and myself that it's also, you know, local communities, say like Port Alberni or Port McNeill or, you know, different places across the coast. So everybody comes along to ensure that and understands exactly what's happening as we move forward. So I don't think anyone knows the answer to that yet, but I think it's up to those in this room to help define a path and be the bright lights. Would be my thought. Yeah.
And build strong relationships of those who have the same interest, and so finding those commonalities and those common interests, and so for us in Huu-ay-aht here, it's we have see a lot of benefit in building relationships with the region, especially regionally, and then building strong relationships with government. That's what's been working for us, and we're going to continue going down that path. Chu.
I just wanted to add something from my leadership perspective. What I've learned is that for a long time, we got in a room and we talked about the problem. We didn't spend too much time talking about the solution. And that's one of the things that I've learned in my leadership is, you know, what is the solution? That's the discussion that we should be having, rather than putting a lot of energy into what the problem is. So that I wanted to put that in there from my perspective. Anyway, any more questions? Yeah, please, Paul.
Yeah, I just haven't worked in the Sarita landscape unit for a while, and I just wondered if the draft OGMAs have now been turned into legal OGMAs as it helps with integrated resource management planning. Just curious about that. Thank you.
Good, Janet.
So I may need to rely on some of my team in the audience here today. Dave Poliev, I know you actually described this the other day, so let me give it a try and give me the thumbs up or thumbs down. So, or Stuart, you can welcome to come up here if you know the answer. My understanding is that they are not legalized yet, but we are implementing them. Is that correct?
Like-for-like replacement in terms of the values, timber types, etc.
Okay. Good. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions for the panel? Or are you guys smelling the crab? Are you smelling the crab? That way you can become more crabby. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Is there somebody with a question? Quiet audience. Well, I'm going to wait for 5 minutes. Who can I pick on? Domenico, you must have a question.
Fair enough. Thanks for the surprise opportunity to ask a question I hadn't prepared. This is really an example of collaboration that isn't common yet. You are running parallel track to Numgees, so certainly that's impressive. Here on Vancouver Island, the nations are certainly taking the lead. With this process and this program and the project of Sawaxen, do you have any basic first recommendations to others who are considering it, other nations and other companies? Just what do they need to do to get to this point of starting this journey? Because there are so many to yet to be started.
So just thinking about, from my perspective as the project coordinator for the Hijikmatsawak Integrated Resource Management Plan, the good jumping off point was the values identification and really ensuring that we looked historically at what was known to make sure that we understood what the vision was. We can't, sure we could create a vision, but why not look to our sacred principles and to our elders and to our ancestors for the answers, because they're all there. So I think with nations going forward, you really have to start by looking back.
Okay, I think two things. First off, industry can't be looking at just filling in a box to say, this is what we've got to do to get there. And I'll use myself as an example. I also need to be willing to sit down on the table and have the conversation, the frank conversations that make things work. And, it can't be business as usual like it was. Well, we hardly had conversations not that long ago. So when we're having these conversations, as partners, I guess, to get to a place. I think that's the thing. Some trust, which isn't always there. So, thank you. Good question for on the spot, Domenico.
Okay, here we go. Anyway, before we have, what time is it? Time for the crab feast. Before we go, I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think we're on the right track here? Thank you. Now you can have some crab. Okay, how are we going to do it? Just line up. Come on up. All those that want crab, come on up. It's there. Can you get Don? Hello. Just continue what you're doing, but we have a presentation here for the panel group. If you can have your attention, please. Marina Rayner. Hello. Marina Rayner, we have a gift for you. A case of salmon and a cedar flower. And for Don and Mike. Don, sir, there's a gift for you. And Mike. And then Shannon. Thank you very much, the panel, for your work today. We greatly appreciate what you've done. Clecco, clecco.
This one's live.
Oh, Shannon. Oh, where is she? Oh. Hello. Hello. Jeff, where are you? Sheldrake. Jeff. Jeff, that you? Jeff, we want to thank you and your group. We've really appreciated the help that you've helped Huu-ay-aht in regard to the issues that we bring to the province. Really appreciate the help that you've provided. Thank you very much. We just want people to know that you do work to. Okay, oh, there you are, Wishki. It's yours.
I know we're getting near that time of day where people are getting about ready to wrap things up, but we do have one more presenter and possibly some more. But at this time, I would like to call up Kevin Somerville. Kevin, if you could come to the podium, please. Kevin he had some things he wanted to share with our audience and with our people. So without further ado, here is Kevin Somerville.
Thank you. So yeah, my name is Kevin Somerville. I'm Vice President of the Sand Group. Before I say a few things, I just want to point out the fact that I did leave my phone on my table over there. It's not lost. And so I just wanted to set that tone right off the bat. So, you know, this is a great day, and you know, I want to thank the Hereditary Chief Peters and your Hotweth for inviting us here today and extending this information and hosting this session. You know, it's amazing. You know, I can really see, you talked about your principles earlier and how they're really taking shape, and you guys haven't lost sight of your vision. And it's really nice to see how this has evolved over time. You know, Chief Dennis, you know, again, your leadership that I've been able to watch over the years and how that's evolved. And, you know, I do want to acknowledge Western and Shannon and that relationship. You know, you guys are creating the model, the future for the forest industry. I got a real interesting story about Chief Dennis, and when I first moved out here in 2006, you know, I was a young manager just starting out in Woodlands, and Chief Dennis invited me to a breakfast meeting at Smitty's, and you know, it was my first introduction to Robert, and you know, there was some issues at the time, and you know, I never forget leaving that meeting. I had my tail between my legs a little bit, but it was the start of a real positive relationship and built on the utmost respect. So I do have a bit of anxiety when I go by Smitty's every now and then, but it's all good. So you know, this forum and what it represents, I mean, it's obviously key to us at the Sand Group. For those of you who don't know much about us, you know, we have two sawmills that we've invested in town, a small log line and a large log line. And you know, we also have another sawmill in the Lower Mainland that we've just acquired. And I think the real highlight for us, I mean, if you look at our motto, what we're all about, you know, we characterize ourselves as a harvest to home, and you know, we're really focused on the value-added side of the business. We have two value-added facilities, one in Langley and one that we're building in town, and we also have 7 retail stores too, and there's going to be further expansion along those lines as well. But on the value-added side of things, you know, I've worked around the industry for just over 30 years, and you know, this facility that we're investing in the valley is, you know, it's certainly unique, and I think it's something that's local that perhaps offers some ideas. And one wise man, I think I was at Smitty's at the time, told me that everything starts with a conversation. So if there's something that we represent, these kind of events are a lot about networking. I heard Brian Butler speak about keeping harvest and jobs in the valley, and if there's a small part that we can play on the value-added tie, we're certainly interested in talking about those opportunities. As a professional forester, I get lost in all the stats and everything else, and it's hard to follow. But I've heard you talk a lot about balance and the vision that you guys have for your integrated resource management plan. That will become the model, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that this will get pulled off, and you guys will continue to be that model, and for the rest of the industry and a lot of nations to look forward to. So, anyways, I want to congratulate you, and if there's any support we can be in the process, I certainly want to extend that out as well. And again, congratulations for where you're at in your journey. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Definitely, it's great to hear support all around. I know that there's definitely, like, even if you just look around our environment here today, how much we value our resources. This house itself is a monument, to look at these massive sitka spruce that are up here. Look at our canoe that is, right in front of right in the middle of our house. And believe it or not, this canoe was presented to our people in July at our opening, the grand opening of the House of Huu-ay-aht. The Moachit and much of the people packed that canoe just as it is right there, placed it on the floor and gifted it to our late Tahi Cliche and late Arthur Spencer Peters. So this is, there's so many things that are, that demonstrate how connected we are to our forests, that we really are rooted to this land. You look at our welcome figures in front of our big house here, and there's even bigger ones that stand in the Royal British Columbia Museum that came from our ancient village of Cliche. And, just the canoes, we have a drum in the background, a big box drum, or talking stick here. We really do have a connection to the forest, so we're not out of line when we want to say that, we really want this managed in a good way, because nobody more than the Huu-ay-aht is going to have a need for, some really big pieces like this in the future. So those are some of the things, examples that I wanted to share with our guests here today, because it's all over. Out in a parking lot is a big grand Cliche, which is, it's like a freighter canoe. It's designed for the ocean, that if you ever pull a canoe, there's a difference between pulling a canoe and pulling on the Cliche, because it's so massive and it has such weight and girth to it, that it takes a while to get going, but once you get going, that inertia helps you to move, the size helps you to move. So there's so many things in our culture that we really do have a desire to identify what is important to our people. And I wanted to share these words on behalf of Cliche and the Huu-ay-aht, that these are something that we do not take lightly. And we have a bit of time here that we wanted to, you have to forgive me, I'm really blind without my glasses. But if there's any more guests in our audience that would like to take a bit of time to talk about old growth, or talk about our goals, our visions here today, that I'd like to open up in closing off our day to hear from some of our guests. We've had some panelists that we've identified, some experts that we identified, but if there's anybody in our audience that just has a really deep desire, to share some thoughts or some words, now is a good time. So I'd like to open up the mic and the floor at this time to anybody. If there's any volunteers, be loud and really obvious because I'm really blind? Anybody? We have a very quiet crowd here today. My father was right. Anita Chish, there we go.
Oh. Yeah, I heard a question earlier from some... Closer? Closer, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah, I heard a question earlier about how do you start a relationship. I think Bryce Bancroft told us at the beginning of the meeting it was breakfast meetings. And that's part of our tradition. Our teachings came from our elders when we were little kids. And the time that they wanted to teach us how to, the values and things like that, they always did it when we're eating. Because the Creator is very, very smart in a way that He gave us 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth. So, it sounds funny, but it really works. It's quite effective. And I actually wanted to come and start saying this when you were all having crab. But one thing I'd like to share as a person who sat what I would call the dream team, where we brought all these experts, forestry experts, fishery biologists, and Robert gave a mandate. He gave a mandate to incorporate the principles so that, because prior to treaty, we're on the outside looking in. I think we had, 4 people working in forestry at one point. And so, we really wanted to be able to express our views about our land and that, which we were able to do because we were having dialogue. We were building a relationship. And so over time, we realized that, even though we're building a strong relationship, our land was still suffering. So in the end, our self-determination pulled through as we negotiated a modern-day treaty so that we could have our say, and so we could show the world about what true sustainability is. Because in my mind, those 3 sacred principles equal sustainability. It also equals certification. Everybody worries about certification in marketing. Somebody once told me, a leader I heard somewhere, and I really liked this tagline, was, we've been here since the beginning of time, and we're going to be here to the end of time. So how much more certification do you need than that? And if we can incorporate our values and principles into everyday management, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what we've tried to do with this integrated resource management plan, is we had to bend minds to think about our values, because our values aren't singular. And so, when forest companies go out and harvest timber, it's about what's the highest value. Well, our values were much different than dollars. So when I started to learn a little bit about forestry, I can't remember what the highest grade, if it's a G or H or whatever it happens to be, but to me that's a canoe log. That's one of these logs. That's our totem pole. So we have a competing interest there, which kind of leads me to the next point, is that so now we have an opportunity to create an economy on the values that are important to us, not just the trees that happen to be in this environment. So, for me, I think that it's been a long road for us, especially from the outside looking in, to now having a share of this TFL and having our voices heard and building that long-term relationship. So that's what it takes to build a relationship, you guys. And at any rate, what I also wanted to say at the end was, we looked at our land when we got the treaty. We had no elk. We hardly have any salmon. I mean, we know what where the blame falls, but I mean, we're not here to blame. We're here to try to make our home a better place for future generations. And so that's what's important.
And you know, we're not going to see the results of this plan right now, but 7 generations from now, they'll see the results. Hopefully our salmon, our tlunum, our elk, our deer, and things are all being renewed. We can't restore it because you can't do that work anymore, that work that the Creator did. We can help it and try to renew it and do the best that we can. And the only way we can do it is if we do it together. Chu, tleko.
Thank you, Anitza Chisht. Anybody else that would like to share at this moment?
First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for coming here. I know it's been a long trip and a long day. And I know we're about to leave soon, I hope. So safe travels home as well. You know, just to touch base what my Uncle Larry just said there, when we were watching that one video that was put on right when the people were leaving there, my grandfather, Willie Sport, was in that video, and he was looking out for me. I never met my grandpa. He's looking out for my daughters, right? It's up to me to look out for my daughter's grandkids now, right? You know, it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of practice and a lot of failure, right? It's just learning from those failures. And to touch base on what he also said too, to build relationships when you're coming to Indigenous communities, put your pen down. We're an oral people, right? So when you're sitting there taking notes, you're not making the eye contact, you're not really listening. You know, so I've been to a number of meetings where when I worked for Huu-ay-aht, right away with pens, taking notes, and I'm not being heard, right? So if you put that pen down and listen, we have a better chance of working together. You know, Indigenous, non-Indigenous people, we're going to have to coexist forever, right? Let's work together and find solutions to the problems that are being presented by everybody. True?
Our executive council members, he was making an analogy of how we're not ever going to be who we were before contact, and we're not quite, you know, Canadian, but we're something in between, because we have the fortune of walking in both worlds, you know, so it's very, very true. And just while I have the mic up here and some time, I do want to make an announcement that we're going to wrap up this day and finish off with a song. But I do want to encourage and any of our guests, especially some of our partners out here, that if we could just kind of like one of the things that my father would always say when we're getting ready to negotiate our treaty, or one of the things that when we would deal with industry or government, he would always say, "Come, get into my canoe. Come get into my canoe." And maybe we're not going to really go on a journey, but we have a canoe right here. We have some paddles in the back here. Maybe we could just kind of like pose for some pictures if anybody wants to get in our canoe and really demonstrate. You know, we're going to, you know, do a cameo, eh? And I'll get in that canoe too, you know, but we could ask maybe some of our Huu-ay-aht and some of our partners do this, you know, because we've actually just been sitting around for a big part of the day listening to people talk, and I think it's time that we need to add some, you know, some animate it a little bit and sing a song and do some activities. So I'm game if you're game. If anybody out there wants to come and get into our canoe, now is a good time. So just for your information, one of the things that we do when we're actually on the water and pulling our canoes, sometimes it's very tiring. So what you do when you're tired is you go and you tag in and you relieve somebody of their duty. So if there's somebody else that is not in the canoe that wants to, can go and relieve one of our paddles so that you too can get an opportunity. Remember when we were in that canoe?
Thanks to this guy.
He was right though, like let's get that thing going. Okay, I want to take a moment and just acknowledge all of our pullers for our little cultural demonstration there. We wanted to metaphorically re-echo and reiterate that important belief of our leadership is that, come get into our canoe. And I had the fortune in last summer during our Canada Day parade, because our community, we still went ahead and we done, but it was only on the condition that we as Huu-ay-aht have something to share on that. And one of the things that I shared was this song, because it's a community song, but also I said, we're still here, despite all the efforts that was made by government and by church to take our language and our identity and our culture away from us. We're still here. And I took it one step further and I said, if we're still here and you're still here, the descendants of my colonial oppressors and the new immigrants, then we should really be in this together. And that's what I really believe, is that we're in this together, and that we can get a lot further if we paddle together, that if we work together towards a common goal, that there's much more to become out of that, as opposed to being at odds or battling or confronting one another. So that is a motto in our canoe, is to conduct yourselves with the utmost respect. And that is our invitation to our community, to the industry, to governments, to reiterate what my father said, 25, 30 years ago. Come get into my canoe and let's see where we can go from here. So that is our closing remarks for today. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being with us. And I just got the direction from my Thai. He's like, oh, we're not quite done yet. And fortunately for you all, it's a song, and it's not any more of my speeches or any more speakers. But we want to close off with a very popular song of ours. It's called Huu-ay-aht, and we acquired this song through trade during, the height of the fur trade. So the song has roots in Alaska, and another part of it has roots in California, because our people would go all up and down the coast on the schooner ships. And back in the day, even like 200 years ago, it was only our chiefs that could trade or purchase or own songs. So one of our ancestor chiefs from the Klamath House and the Williams family acquired this song from us, by trade. It comes from other nations, but it's something that we still sing to this day. So this is Huu-ay-aht. It's a very popular, it's like a grand entry song to us. And it's also a closing song. It has dual purpose. So we'll do it today to wrap up our events. So without further ado. Okay, I just wanted to, just one last final time, thank each and every one of you for being here. I want to thank our live stream audience for being here and watching and tuning in virtually. It was our honor and pleasure to host you. Tleko, tleko. Have a good evening, everyone. Chooch.